Hello everyone, and welcome back to AneurynPlays. I am as always Aneurin, and today we're going to be delving deeper into the history of Atari with Atari 50, the anniversary celebration. Today, specifically, we're going to be looking at a dark time for not just Atari, but for gaming as a whole. The 1983 video games crash. There's a lot of information out there on the video games crash, and a lot of misinformation too. There's a lot of speculation, a lot of opinion, and a lot of blame being thrown at specific people, specific games. But we're going to start to see that from a different perspective today, from the perspective of those people who were at Atari at the time. It's not very often you get to hear their side of the story. A lot of people like to tell the story of how E.T. was such a bad game created by a terrible developer, Howard Scott Warshaw, and completely ruined not just Atari but the video games industry for the West as a whole, when the reality is quite interesting, to say the least. I don't think I could call Howard Scott Warshaw a bad developer. And honestly, I don't think I can call E.T. a bad game. I didn't like the movie. I really didn't like the movie. But I don't think I could call it a bad game. And maybe there was a bit more to it than simply Atari leading the entire industry into the fires. People enjoy an absurd but plausible story. That is true. That is true. You know, the story of the video games crash of 1983 is a story that so many people have heard, that so many people have looked into. But I don't think it's a moment of history that many people have really done the right research, looked at the facts, looked at the documentation, and said to themselves, hey, you know what? Maybe we should set aside this bias and see what actually happened. And we're going to do that today. That is not to say that I think Atari are 100% free of blame. But there was a reason. There was a cause. And that cause may well have just been one man who saw video games as profit instead of art. A common problem known very well today with the likes of Activision. Funnily enough, Activision with their leadership, when you take into consideration that Activision split away from Atari because of those same problems that they have inevitably fallen to and become a part of. It's a sad story, but it's a story of cycles. It's a story of greed. It's a story of avarice. So I hope you join me today as we take a look, like I said, at Atari's side of the story. But before that, I want to hear from you guys. I want to know what you guys have been up to today. Today has been an odd one for me. I didn't sleep very well. I've actually been getting some decent sleep recently, but last night I didn't sleep very well. Today has been a rather lazy day, and I'm okay with that. I'm not gonna lie, I'm okay with that. Fructose says the movie wasn't that good in my opinion either. Yeah, I don't understand. I genuinely do not understand why people think E.T. was such a good movie. I can see that, like, in terms of the money it made and everything, it was clearly a blockbuster. It was clearly an important movie in terms of, you know, financials and profit and all that. You can't argue that. But I just never saw it as a good movie. It just seemed so bland. And maybe it's just me. Maybe I've just got a heart of coal, and I simply cannot open myself up to the plight of the poor little alien. But yeah, nah, I don't get it. The whole E.T. thing kind of scared the crap out of me, not gonna lie. As a kid, E.T. just terrified me. I hated E.T. And as an adult, I still wince every time I see like a picture or a model of E.T. It looked like dog food too. It was scary. It was. It's the very first scene, you know, in the movie where you actually see E.T. like properly. You've got Elliot sitting out in the garden who thinks thinks there's something living out in the garden, you know? And he's lying there on a sunbed. He's got a torch in his hand. And then he hears something rustling in the bushes. And then it comes a little bit closer. It comes a little bit closer. And Elliot switches on the light, glaring into E.T.'s face. And E.T. tilts his head back, opens his mouth, and lets out this unearthly howl. I don't understand how this was a kid's movie. That was absolutely freaking terrifying. The other shortly after as well, he's teasing E.T. into the house with Reese's Pieces. And you just see from a distance, as Elliot is watching from his bedroom, the landing above the flight of stairs, and there's just this big brown poop looking finger that moves up the stairs and around the corner looking for the Reese's Pieces. I would just like everyone to know that as a child, I used to live in a 2-story house. And where my bedroom door opened was directly onto the landing above the stairs. I used to have nightmares of hands reaching up the stairs. E.T. traumatized me, like, significantly as a child. It had mind control too, which was disturbing. Yeah, that's right. It's such a weird thing, you know? Oh. As nothing about E.T. that I like. No. Everything bad. The movie scared me as a kid, and even to this day, I get the creeps, you know? You just minding your own business, and someone starts talking about E.T. on social media, and immediately I get the willies, you know? I could be watching a conspiracy theory video about alien invasions, and they've got all these really uncanny looking images of aliens, and you know, they talk about how the aliens have taken over the world and they secretly live among us and all that stuff. You know, not a problem. A quick flash of E.T., I can't sleep. And the conspiracy theory with E.T. was that it was designed to, you know, indoctrinate kids into thinking that living with aliens was okay. That's the conspiracy theory. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm not saying I believe it. I'm just saying that's what the conspiracy theory is. That E.T. was to indoctrinate kids. If anything, it made me not want aliens around, you know? Yeah, that was in my... and I don't even have a problem with horror, you know? I like horror movies. I think they're hilarious. But E.T.? Now, that was a horror movie to me. That was genuinely a horrific movie. So maybe that is the reason that the Atari and the video games industry crashed. Like, everyone was just, yeah, I'm not buying that for my kid. Sorry, just having a drink. It's been a very warm day today, you know? It's been really, really hot outside. It's quite humid too. There's some cloud cover, and it's it's gotten to the point that there's not enough cloud cover to like cool down anything, because the sunlight is still getting right through and hitting square on my office window, and it's yeah, it just gets really hot in here. So yeah, we're gonna jump into Atari 50 in just a little bit. What about you guys though? How has your day been? Oh, I didn't notice that. Sorry, Kiko, I missed your post. I thought it looked like living wood. You're not wrong. That does kind of, E.T. did kind of look like that, yeah. I always thought it looked like poop. Not gonna lie. I don't want to talk about poop. But yeah, I always thought they looked like a turd. It's like it's a living turd monster. Amazing. That's what I want to see. That's what I want in my children's movies. Living turd monster with a glowing finger. And we don't ask where he puts that finger. Alright, I'm running a little bit late today as well. I lost track of time. But yeah. Stop talking about the finger. The glowing finger is such a weird thing though, isn't it? We come back to, we came straight back to E.T. Okay. The glowing finger was just such a weird aspect, and the fact that his heart glows as well. Like, I can understand bioluminescence. I know that that's actually a thing. But still, E.T.'s glowing heart and glowing finger was just such a weird design choice, you know? It was uncomfortable. Like, you don't necessarily notice it as a kid, but looking at the model of E.T. when his heart is glowing, you can actually, like, see his heart beating inside his chest. There's too much detail there, you know? Why are we back on E.T.? I want to talk about something else. Can we talk about anything but E.T.? Actually, I do have something to talk about, and it's also about Atari 50, and that is that Atari have released an update for Atari 50. So I did the update last night. Atari 50 has 12 new games added to it, including Adventure 2. How about that? Adventure 2. I really enjoyed playing Adventure the other night, so I'm gonna be really looking forward to getting an opportunity to play Adventure 2. Return to Haunted House is one of them. That's really cool. Yeah, there was just, like I said, there's just a lot of really interesting games there, and 12 new ones are being added. To think, they could have easily have released this game and been done with it, you know? It's like, there it is, there's Atari 50, it's done. It's released, it's a documentary, enjoy. But they're still updating it, and they're still adding new games. And they've added a couple of prototypes. So games that never actually made it to the shelves, they've added to this. And Return to the Haunted House is actually a fan-made game, which they've added. So yeah, it's really cool that they are continuing to support the Atari 50 anniversary celebration. That's really cool. Yeah, I didn't believe it at first. When I first heard someone mentioned it on Twitter, and it's not that I didn't believe them. It was just like, huh, are you sure? Are you sure they didn't, you know, it isn't something else that they updated? But no. It is actually Atari 50 that they've updated, which is really good. Especially seeing how good the Atari 50 anniversary celebration has been. As an interactive documentary, it has been really amazing. I've really enjoyed the journey so far, and I'm looking forward to continuing it tonight. So to add even more to it, that's amazing. It means that more is getting preserved, you know, more of it is being added to the story. The story continues to grow. And I mean, I can only see that as a good thing. I can only see it as a good thing. So, I guess without any further ado, we will just jump straight into Atari 50 right now, and we'll be looking at the rise and fall. A particular era. Oh, okay, that's not going to work. Alright. There we go. A particular era in Atari history. Highs and lows. Sorry, not rise and fall. Highs and lows. That's what it's called. While the mid-1980s saw the release of many excellent Atari games, the video game business was struggling to stay afloat. Let's take a look into this one. Trouble in Paradise. The game industry was about to suffer a major market crash in 1983. But that didn't mean there were no games to play. On the contrary, some of the best games for the Atari 2600 were released during these years. That's true. Very true. Like, you'd think that we just did the birth of the console, and you think about all the games that we looked at throughout this era, you know, going up as far as Yar's Revenge in 1982. And all of these excellent games like Super Breakout, Haunted House, we got Warlords, we got Missile Command, we got Adventure. All these amazing games that released. But this is all before 1982. And there's still more to come, even during the mid-80s. And a whole new console as well. So let's take a look. Atari 2600. With the impending release of its next generation platform, the Atari 5200, Atari rebranded the VCS to the Atari 2600. It released a new model of the system with the same form factor, but without the 1970s era wood paneling color scheme. The 80s had arrived, and the wooden game machine was out. Personally, I strongly disagree. Just putting that out there. I think real wood on the video games consoles, that's where it's at. I do love that the version of the Atari 2600 that they released as the 2600 Plus is actually the wood version. So that's good. I'm glad they didn't go with the plastic. I think they called it some people called it the Cylon version. Just black plastic grill, as we can see here. It just doesn't have the same impact, does it? Can I hide that? Hide caption. Just doesn't have the same impact as the wooden version. Actually, now that I look at it, this is what the Atari 2600 Plus is. Because the Atari 2600 Plus only has the 4 switches on the front. And it's got the difficulty switches on the back. So they've used the form factor of the 2600 Plus, but they put a wooden bar going across the front of it instead of the plastic one. Good move. Good move. Definitely the smaller form factor is a plus, and going back to the wood, definitely what I like. It looks like someone forgot to put the wood panels on. Yeah, right? It does, doesn't it? It kind of stands out as being, yeah, unfinished. I don't know why. I don't know what happened. I don't know why they thought, oh yeah, we absolutely need to go with the plain black plastic paneling, but it just doesn't look right, does it? You got the grate, or the grill, or whatever you want to call it, across the front. But that's not even really a grill. It's like there's no cooling or anything happening there. It's such a strange design when you look at it without the wood. Actually, it's kind of a strange design when you look at it with the wood, but at the same time, the wood look is iconic now. But this doesn't look finished. Not a fan of that one. Atari at a crossroads. Today we understand that there is a video game console cycle. Do we know? I'll read it first. Today we understand that there's a video game console cycle. Game consoles become obsolete after several years and are replaced with new technology. But in 1982, this was not widely understood. With high-powered competition on the market, Atari wasn't sure what to do in response. Stick with the 2600? Introduce new hardware. As it turns out, it tried to do both. And you know what? 50 years later, it still released the 2600, and it is still successful. It goes to show that there absolutely is a cycle for video game technology. But if you can get the right technology at the right time and release it, understanding your audience, your market, it doesn't really matter when you do it. Because the 2600 Plus released and it has sold really well. It has gone to the right people. It has gone to the people that actually care about the classic Atari system. And they're not trying to, hit millions, They're not going for that PlayStation 4, going for that Nintendo Switch, or those Wii numbers, They're just going for, if we sell this now, there are fans out there that want to do something with their cartridges. And it was a success. So even when a console goes out of cycle, don't assume that the console is dead. Because there's still a lot for those consoles to do. There's still more to come. Hey Mary, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I see. I know I'm like an odd one out. I kind of believe that I think that Nintendo absolutely should be re-releasing the NES, the Super NES, the N64, GameCube. I think that these are consoles that need to have a constant market presence. They're so iconic, and there's so many people out there that are trying to find those consoles, to be able to play those original games on original hardware. And I feel that if Nintendo were to put out a Super NES this year, it would sell. I just feel like it would sell. The minis have done really well. Like, the collectability of the mini consoles was so good. And everyone wanted one. They sold out everywhere. So I think that if Nintendo were to re-release their older systems the same way that Atari did, I think that they would make a lot of money, you know? And ultimately, if you want to get the businesses listening to you, let's talk about the financials. I think they could make a lot of money releasing an NES, a Super NES, GameCube especially, because with those discs, it can be a pain in the ass to emulate sometimes. Definitely should look into releasing those consoles to a fresh market, you know? And maybe even release some of those old games, or maybe some of those unreleased games. You think about Star Fox 2. Star Fox 2 for the Super NES. And when they released the mini console, the SNES Mini, Star Fox 2 was on there. And I'm just thinking there are so many other games that they could do that for as well. So maybe Nintendo, think about it. If by some strange reason this video floats across your desk, give it a look and give it a think, because I do believe that the time is not up for those classic systems. In television, oh, there we go. In 1979, the toy company Mattel had released Intellivision, a game console with a 16-bit processor and other technological advantages. Its advertising positioned Intellivision software, particularly its sports games, as superior to Atari's. By 1981, Intellivision had sold over 1 million units. First console war had begun. There it is. There's the Intellivision. Or another wonderful design. You know, a product of its era. Again with the wood paneling and the beige and the brown. Such an interesting design as well with the you see the little knob there? That rotates like a wheel. But it also works like a D-pad. And then pad of buttons. A really interesting design. The Atari age begins. In 1982, Atari launched the Atari Club, a customer loyalty program that players could join to purchase Atari products directly at discounted prices, as well as issues of the new Atari Age magazine. Games that were sold exclusively through the Atari Club have become high-priced collector's items today. I actually don't know any off the top. Oh, did the stream drop? I'm not seeing anything this end. I didn't see any hiccups this end. But I will keep an eye on that. I'll make sure that if it does drop again, I'll be able to keep track. I'll just reread this last one. Less than 30 seconds? Okay. Well, I'll just reread this last one then. The Atari age begins. In 1982, Atari launched the Atari Club, a customer loyalty program that players could join to purchase Atari products directly at a discounted price, as well as issues of the new Atari Age magazine. Games that were sold exclusively through the Atari Club have become high-priced collector's items today. And yeah, I was going to say that I don't really know of any... I don't know any exclusive cartridges off the top of my head, but yeah, this is something, you know? Anytime you've got some kind of exclusive content, it's always going to reach high value later on. You can see that with the Club Nintendo stuff, you know? There were two games that were released through Club Nintendo, which was the Game & Watch collections. I've got part 2? I do. I have part 2, and we saw part 1 at a local store, and it was going for like over $100. These were technically free. You gotta take in consideration that you bought them with Nintendo points, so it wasn't paid for it in the slightest. But now they're going for like $100 a piece. Atari Demons to Diamonds. Okay, written by Nick Turner and Alan Murphy, this VCS exclusive sent players to the shooting gallery at the Cosmic Carnival. Aimed at pre-teen players, Demons to Diamonds offered a more light-hearted, more accessible take on the target shooting genre. Let's take a little look at that one. Select game variation. Oh, I see, okay. Interesting. Okay, let's have a quick little go at this one. We'll go with the fast skulls. Oh, did I just... Wait, whoa. Oh, can I not... Okay, thank you, game. Appreciate it. Oh, right, I see what I'm doing wrong. I've got to hold the button down. Okay, I got it. So I was just tapping the button, but it's not. You gotta actually hold the button down. Okay, so this shooting gallery game is actually kind of difficult. When you hit certain enemies, they turn into these skulls, the skull and crossbones there. Is it safe to say that this is like a precursor to Doom? You got these demons appearing out of nowhere. Oh, criminy. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so this is actually kind of interesting. There's a lot of shooting gallery games on the Atari 2600 where you basically just have to go around and there we go. Where you just have to go around hitting targets and things that appear. This is kind of novel, though. The way that it's presented. Is this the Doom precursor that we've all been looking for? Probably not. But you know what? It's interesting to see a different take on it. You know? Oh, those skulls though, they can very quickly like appear and immediately shoot you. That's you definitely don't want to be staying in one stationary location, you know? Well, that's interesting. There we go. That's an idea of one of the exclusive Atari titles. And it's simple. You know, it's a simplistic game, but interesting. Interesting take on the whole process. And the fact that it's also got a 2-player mode as well, where you can also shoot each other. That's kind of cool. Order now, July release. The July-August 1982 issue of Atari Age magazine featured this advertisement for 2 new VCS games, Demons to Diamonds and Math Grand Prix. Both were aimed at younger players. Yeah, so like I said, more of a simplistic game, you know? It's taking the concept of the early shooting gallery games, but turning it into something with an interesting little twist. It's not simply targets, you know? It's little creatures that wander across the screen. Here's a sharpshooting test of skill straight from the Cosmic Carnival. Beautifully animated demons march across your TV screen, daring you to hit them with a shot from your laser base. Aim carefully, though. You only want to hit the demons in your own color. Oh, so that's if it was like the 2-player. Right, okay. Every time your laser beam strikes your opponent's target, the demon magically transforms itself into a deadly skull. Oh, that's what I was doing wrong. Okay. So the skulls were appearing because I was hitting the wrong color. Oh. And they start shooting back at you. In the midst of this demonic parade, diamonds suddenly appear. Precious indeed. When you manage to hit one for a big point score. The action is fast and furious. And it's all about family. In this 21st century marksman dream come true cartridge. A little bit oversold, I think. But still really cool. Math Grand Prix. Oh wow, that is literally Grand Prix, but with maths. So Grand Prix was another Atari 2600 title. Okay. Now, young Atari game fans can learn basic arithmetic while enjoying an exciting video auto race. Okay. Players drive through a twisting race course by answering addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division problems presented by the Atari game. Children are eager for the next question to appear as they steer math-powered cars towards special spots on the track, hoping to gain extra turns and extra spaces and trying to bump their opponents off the road in their race for the finish line. Math Grand Prix makes learning arithmetic a terrific treat for children 6 through 10 years old, keeping young players happily on the road to math mastery for hours on end. Okay. Again, maybe a little bit oversold, but yeah. There's actually a board game that we played, Kiko, if you can remember, which was essentially a racing game like this, where you had to roll the dice, and if you rolled too quickly, you could, you could understeer and go skidding off the corners. Remember we played that? I can't even remember what it was called, but it was pretty fun. I guess that's technically like a math game, because you gotta roll 2 dice and add them together. That's math. That's counting. That said, if you're driving a car, you don't want to do arithmetic. I mean, if the sign over there says 60 and the meter on my dashboard says 120, just how big of a fine am I going to get? Maths is a big part of driving. Real Sports. Here we go. Here's the Real Sports series. Faced with a stiff competition in the sports genre on rival gaming platforms, Atari introduced the Real Sports series, which promised an upgraded experience from the sports games of the 1970s. The first two games released were Real Sports Baseball and Real Sports Volleyball. Okay. Oh, yeah? Get Real Sports Football as soon as it is released. Order today. Okay. So this is like a pre-order system. Even back then, Atari had a pre-order system going. In Finland, the fine you get is decided by how much you make. Wait, so it's based on your salary. That means that if I don't have a job, I can go as fast as I want. That sounds amazing. We should have we should definitely have that here. I think we should be pushing for this kind of a law in Australia. If you're unemployed, you can go as fast as you want. That's amazing. Real Sports Baseball? Here we go. Let's have a little quick go at Real Sports Baseball. I've never played baseball. I've got Real Sports Soccer. Obviously, you've got Real Sports Tennis. We talked about that one, the game I used to play with my grandmother. And I've got Real Sports... Oh, I thought I did have volleyball, but apparently I don't. Okay. So, how does this go? Oh, hello. Oh, yeah, let's press the start button and see what actually happens. Inning 1. Wait. Whoa. Okay. Why is this not working? Just... I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Yeah, I literally can't do anything. Let's have a look at the instructions. Let's see what it says. You play Real Sports Baseball just like real baseball. Game lasts for 9 innings, or more in the case of a tie score, with each team coming to bat once during each inning. The first team up to bat, pink, is the visiting team, and the last team to bat, yellow, is the home team. A team remains at bat until 3 of its players either strike out, fly out, or are tagged out. A base runner may also be forced out. Okay. Pitchers can throw either a ball or a strike. 3 strikes count as an out. 4 balls count as a walk. A walk? Yeah, I know the rules of baseball. I want to know how to play the game. Okay. Starting the game. Right, to start the first inning, press one of the red controller buttons. The home team will run to the outfield. The catcher will throw to the pitcher a new ball, and the batter from the visiting team will step to the bat. Okay. Make the batter swing by holding down your... Oh! Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I still can't do anything. Oh! Okay, hold on. I I mean, okay. I'm not entirely sure I'm doing wrong here. Why is the Wait, this is 2-player. Oh, I just realized this is this will have to be 2-player, wouldn't it? That's why. Okay, I was wondering why I kept getting a ball instead of a strike. And the reason is because they're not swinging. Why am I running? What's going on? Okay. Alright, well, we can't play this one, clearly. Alright. That one's a bit weird. I'm totally for people with expensive super cards being... sorry. I'm totally for people with expensive supercars being fined for driving their shiny... Wow, your typing today isn't great. Their shiny dicks at dangerous speeds. But let's not encourage dull bludgers to push their luck any further. Well, I mean, true. It means that you have to choose. You want to be rich or you want to be an ass. I've literally seen a documentary where rich people explain why fines and stuff are just extra fees for being rich. That's true. I've seen that sort of argument being made. Well, I'm gonna have to head out. Have a good rest of the stream. Thank you, Mary. Have a good one. We'll catch you later. Oh, deck was on purpose? Okay. And there you got some of the artwork. Michael Allaire. Real Sports Volleyball. Real Sports Football. Okay, so it looks like we can't really play some of the Real Sports games. Real Sports Tennis does have an AI, but I'm going to go out on a limb and suggest that these might be single player only. Sword Quest. Oh, I mentioned this one last time. Sword Quest was supposed to have been a series of games for Atari. And it started with Earthworld, and they made Fireworld, but they never made the others. More recently, though, Airworld was released in 2022. So it looks like there's still, there is the possibility of the other Sword Quest games actually getting released. I've never played them, and it's one of those games that's really interested me. By far, Atari's most ambitious project for the VCS, Sword Quest, was to be a 4-game series, each game hiding a complex puzzle that would lead to a single player winning $25,000 prize, crafted from gold and gemstones. The first game released was Sword Quest Earthworld, programmed by Dan Hitchin. So there was literally a cash prize for whoever was the first person to defeat the Sword Quest challenge. The first Project 4 game series, Sword Quest Earthworld, promised a real-world gold talisman worth $25,000 to players who could survive its minigames and solve its hidden puzzle. Clues in the game led players to key frames of a comic book included with the cartridge. By mixing Twitch sequences with exploration, Earthworld helped pioneer the action-adventure genre. Okay, so let's take a look at some game variations. Is there no game variations? There is not. There is just the game. Oh, hello. Hey, look at that. That's a little bit different from the square that you play as in Adventure. Wait, so this is okay. Okay, I've put something on the bar, and I'm not sure what that even really means, but it's there. Okay. Kind of like the square. I like the square too. Oh, wow. Okay. So there's a door sequence. I can't go that way. Go this way. Into a yellow room. Can't go that way. Into a purple room. Again, I can't go left and right. Orange room. Oh, wait, am I just cycling? 16-4. I'm assuming that's a part of the puzzle. I'm guessing this is not the kind of pick up and play game. This is a bit more complex than I was actually anticipating. Wait, why do I have a goat? I think, and a shield? It really goes to show, doesn't it, that some of these Atari games can be completely impenetrable. When you don't look at the manual. What if I go back? Can I go back? I can go back. Okay. And when you press start, it goes back to the beginning. Okay. Oh, okay. Let's have a look at the instruction manual. See what it says. Warning, all who enter Earthworld will encounter danger. Will encounter danger, trials, tests, and obstacles. So far, I've encountered a bunch of rooms. All will have an equal chance to decipher the hidden message. Welcome to Earthworld. This is the first in a series of 4 worlds that you must pass through on your quest for the Sword of Ultimate Sorcery. As you explore Earthworld, you will traverse 12 rooms, each named after a sign of the zodiac. Right. Okay. I can see down in the bottom right, I can see what the zodiac sign is. Okay. You will encounter danger such as the horns of a charging Taurus bull, and will be called upon to demonstrate your skill and ingenuity. A variety of magical objects will assist you in the challenging journey ahead. These are strewn about the various zodiac chambers. Carrying certain objects along with you helps with gameplay. For example, the lamp allows you to see the charging horns of the dark bull pit of Taurus. Okay, that was a... The lamp allows you to see the charging horns in the dark bull pit of Taurus. Sorry, misread that. By leaving the right combination of objects in the right zodiac chamber, you'll discover illuminating clues. These clues may refer back to the enclosed comic book, and hint at the solution of the Earthworld puzzle. Refer to the next world in the Sword Quest series, Fireworld. Help you solve the final puzzle of all 4 Sword Quest cartridges combined. Be off with you. Earthworld awaits your careful exploration. Wow, okay. Yeah, so this really is a lot more complex than I was anticipating. I think I'm going to have to do a little bit of research on this before I actually give it a shot. Oh, look, the comic is here too. I suppose it would have to be, wouldn't it? Ultimately, if you're going to be including the game on this in this interactive documentary, you're going to want to see the comic as well. Right. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't really have a lot to say in this but in regards to this game, because it's always one of those games that has intrigued me and that I've wanted to learn more about, but I've not really had much of an opportunity to do so. I think what I'll do is I'll come back at some point and I will actually look through the Sword Quest games. Because, oh, there's the Earthworld comic again. There's the artwork. The real life treasure hunt. Oh, look at that. So that's the talisman there. There's an artwork of the talisman that you were supposedly able to actually obtain by completing the Sword Quest puzzles. In October, Atari presents the Earthworld game program cartridge, launching the most exciting real-life treasure hunt of our time, the Sword Quest cycle. There will be 4 new Sword Quest games in all, each part of the total Sword Quest adventure story. This continuing fantasy tale of treacherous tyrants and daring deeds is told in the special DC comic books packed with the cartridges and played out in the games themselves. But the Sword Quest challenge is more than an on-screen action. By finding clues hidden in each cartridge and comic book combination, players can win prizes worth thousands of dollars. The quest begins with Earthworld, which holds the key to winning a spectacular 18-karat gold talisman, studded with 12 diamonds and 12 other precious stones. A prize produced at a cost of $25,000. Next comes Fireworld in early 1983. The winner of the Fireworld contest walks off with a chalice, a gorgeous goblet of platinum and gold, glistening with rubies, sapphires, and diamonds, and pearls, another $25,000 prize. Later in 1983, there's Waterworld, with a prize truly fit for a king. A $25,000 golden crown, encrusted with diamonds, rubies, sapphires, green tourmalines, and aquamarine. Finally comes Airworld. Uncovering its secrets will win the 4th $25,000 prize for some lucky player. It's a modern-day version of the mythical Philosopher's Stone, encased in an 18-karat gold box, studded with emeralds, rubies, diamonds, and citrines. And when the Sword Quest cycle is complete, it will be time for the 5th and final challenge of Sword Quest. The answer which will earn the grand prize winner, an incredible jewel-encrusted sword with 18-karat gold handle and gleaming silver blade, blazing with diamonds, emeralds, rubies, and sapphires. A $50,000 sword. What kind of secrets are hidden in the games? No one is saying. But Jewel Savandelis, Atari's director of marketing software, says, when someone finds the clues, they'll know it. All the contest details will be enclosed in the cartridge boxes, she explains. But I can tell you that we're going to recognize everyone who finds at least a single valid clue. Find more, you'll receive greater level of recognition. But you'll have to find all 5 valid clues to be eligible to win the major prize for each cartridge. And that 5th valid clue is a real talent. Wow, they went all out with this, didn't they? Experience Earthworld, the start of new dimension in video gaming. It's the first true action-adventure game, a cartridge which carries players into a captivating saga of fantasy and heroic drama. The Earthworld experience includes a full-color DC comic book packed with the game. We meet Tor and Tara, the twin brother and sister, and learn their death-defying quest for the talisman, chalice, philosopher's stone, crown, and ultimately the magic sword of ultimate sorcery. Now begin your quest. You venture into the 12 rooms of the Earthworld cartridge, seeking the objects which help unravel the game's mysterious puzzle. You must do more than run from room to room, though. There are treacherous barriers to cross, deadly arrows, tricky floating logs, and perilous portals which stand between you and the hidden chambers where Earthworld secrets await. It takes winning strategy and quick reflexes to master the Earthworld experience. Damn, this was kind of a big deal, eh? And when you take in consideration that they were expecting to give out these prizes, $25,000 worth of prizes, they were really expecting to sell a lot of these. Like, the game itself was $37. Or $33.95 if you... Oh, sorry, $38. $37.95 was the regular price, and the club members' price was $33.95. So it's a little bit cheaper. But yeah, wow. Look at that. Can you imagine winning one of these? It may have been worth $25,000 to make one of these, but the reality is, if you actually did have one, if these things were ever made, and honestly, I couldn't tell you if they really were, they would be worth so much money today. Oh, wait. Atari introduced Sword Quest to its most dedicated players in September 1982 via Atari Age magazine. The cover was drawn by DC Comics artist George Perez. So George Perez, who is, very well known in DC, was the artist and partial writer for the Crisis of Infinite Earths. He worked on Teen Titans with Marv Wolfman. We've actually met George Perez. A feature... Oh, anyway, yeah, moving on. A feature inside the magazine describes the 5 prizes that were to be given out, including a $50,000 sword for the final victor. That's incredible. I don't think any of these talismans were actually made, though, which is sad. An advertisement that appeared in the January 1983 issue of Gaming Enthusiast magazine announced the complete cycle of Sword Quest games. Earthworld, Fireworld, Waterworld, and Airworld. Okay, so if Airworld came out in 2022, that means they probably did release Waterworld as well. In mid-1983, Atari revealed the official solution to Sword Quest Earthworld in Atari Age magazine, then named the winner of the first contest Stephen Bell of St. Clair, Michigan, who was awarded the Solid Gold Talisman. So they did actually make it. Wow. It did actually happen. I'm not seeing any photographs of the talisman, however. Oh wow, look at that. All right, I need to know now. We need to watch the origins of Sword Quest. Todd Fry, the Atari game designer who conceived the Sword Quest project, discusses how this ambitious concept came about in this video feature. Have a little look-see.
So Adventure was a really popular product.
Yeah, good game.
And we were kind of, there was some vibe around maybe a sequel to Adventure. And somewhere in there, I got the idea of doing a series of games that were contests with comic books with real prizes made by Franklin Mint. We were part of Warner Communications. And somewhere along there,
that's a decent amount of cash.
To be doing bits of comic books with the games, and because Warner Communications owned DC Comics. I happen to know. I don't know that anyone else.
That's right. Warner owns DC.
Right, Franklin Mint being a collectible company. I don't know. You know, they made.
Oh wow! Look, there's a photograph of the chalice.
And medallions. And
sorry, hang on a minute. Sorry, I just realized I don't have the caption. Let me put that back. But yeah, there we go. There was an actual photograph of the chalice. So they were made.
Was a really popular product. And we were kind of, there was some vibe around maybe a sequel to Adventure. And somewhere in there, I got the idea of doing a series of games that were contests with comic books with real prizes made by Franklin Mint. We were part of Warner Communications. And somewhere along there, we had started to be doing bits of comic books with the games. And because
that's a little bit choppy there, I'm not sure why.
Warner Communications, I happen to know, I don't know that anyone else was paying attention, also owned Franklin Mint. Right, Franklin Mint being a collectible company. I don't know, you know, they made plates and little figurines and stuff, and medallions, and not my scene, but you know, it's a creative world. It's hard to talk about this with.
That's really interesting. Yeah, because it's also really quiet. I did try to bump up the sound. I'll do a little bit more. Okay. It's also really interesting, yeah, that if they're paying attention, if as developers you're paying attention, and you can see that you know that the company that owns you owns a bunch of other things, there's an opportunity there, you know? While I don't think the purchase of Atari by Warner was necessarily a good thing because of what it would inevitably lead to, having those options, those open avenues for business opportunity, that's interesting. It's essentially like today, for example, a company like Konami, for example, if they were to do a special edition for a video game that they release, I know, calm down, Konami releasing video games and not pachinko machines, I know, crazy, I know. But if they were to make a video game and do a collector's edition, they would have to contract other companies to actually do the the material goods to go inside the collector's edition. Well, if you're Warner, and Warner owns Atari, and Warner owns Franklin Mint, and Warner owns DC Comics, then suddenly you've got everything you need for a massive cross-promotion project. Franklin Mint can make these, the chalice, the medallion, all these things, and they can make them at the absolute bottom cost prices because they're not contracting someone else to make it for them. They're doing it for themselves. Warner can get DC to do it at the absolute bottom value price because they're not contracting another company to do it. They're doing it themselves. So this is a really interesting cross-media promotion that I don't think we ever see again. There's a lot of like collector's editions, but nothing to the extent of there is a $25,000 prize going if you can complete this game. I don't think there's ever been anything like that since. But wow, what an ambitious move.
Without going me. I don't love going me, but a lot of it was, I consider myself to basically have been the showrunner of Sword Quest. The concept was mine, the literary concept, the material. So the games are actually moderately literate and erudite, right? The whole story is put together as a lot like a Grail quest or something in Joseph Campbell. It would be a hero's journey, a spiritual evolution, a life. It's a story of a life, of a energetic, a magical life, right, through these mystical systems. So I pulled a lot of, I embedded it in a lot of historical culture of mysticism, and sold the idea, and it went over big. You know, it was certainly, it was brave, it was ambitious, it was audacious, and it had a certain je ne sais quoi, but I don't know what it is. You know, I'll back up a little.
It was
bit.
unique. It was completely
kind of a
original.
Effort to do a combination of Twitch and adventure game to merge and to create an action.
Okay, so Waterworld released in '83.
In Raiders, right, where he tried to make an adventure game that was built into an action game and merge the two. So I consider Howard and I to be some of the pioneers of action adventure.
Oh, definitely.
Say this in a certain way. So you'd play this action game and maybe get a...
Okay, so just for people to understand what he means by Twitch game, back in the day, the term Twitch game referred to a game that was reactive. So you see something on the screen and you react to it, as opposed to something which was a little bit more methodical, a little bit more cerebral, that you had to think about, that was more like a puzzle. So games like Space Invaders would be a Twitch game because they required your Twitch reaction. Oh, it was about fast reaction times as opposed to stopping and thinking about solutions. So just to clarify that one.
A prize that you'd add to your...
And at the time as well, at the time as well, most action games were Twitch games, whereas most adventure games were more of a slow-paced, calculating, figuring out the puzzles kind of game. So this was, like you said, this was the merger of the two. This is the action game. This was a game where you had to have Twitch responses the action that was happening in the room, as well as trying to solve that puzzle. And the Sword Quest games are one of the first games to do that. And they were really ambitious too with that the 4 cartridge set that would finish off the series, you know?
To an action game and merge the two. So I consider Howard and I to be some of the pioneers of action adventure. Gotta say this in a certain
And
way.
Howard is how it's got
So you
washed.
play this action game and maybe get a clue, a prize that you'd add to your inventory. And if you had that in your inventory, then you could unlock, then you'd be on this map. You wouldn't necessarily see the map, but you'd be inside a maze, and a door would open in the maze, and there'd be another action game there. And so it was kind of like a first-person adventure with action elements.
It was an adventure game which had the mini games in it from other Atari-style games.
That way and knowing what was in the times, it was very audacious, and it was actually very creative. It was really, it was really cool.
Now, there's a game that is like this that has been released more recently. And that game is called Atari Mania. In Atari Mania, you play as a main character who is a night guard at a Atari museum. And as he's going around, it's like Night to the Museum with, was it Ben Stiller? So it got kind of that sort of vibe going to it, that as you are the night guard in the Atari Museum, he starts falling into games. And so you do this slow burn, long form adventure game going through the museum. And each of the individual stages and puzzles are mini games from the Atari library, which is a really cool way of doing it. And it looks like Atari Mania may have gotten its origins right here in the Sword Quest series. So that's really interesting. The official Atari handshake. The November-December 1982 issue of Atari Age magazine debuted the official Atari handshake, perfect for identifying fellow Atari players and or accidentally dislocating their thumbs. Okay. We met recently with Atari Vice President who prefers to remain anonymous. And in the course of our conversation, she let slip... Wait, is that... Wait, was that... Hold on. Was it here? Her name was? No. I could have sworn that they were talking about they talked about someone being a part of this. Okay, never mind, moving on. She let slip the secret of the official Atari handshake, which has been making the rounds at Atari HQ. It's too good to keep to ourselves, so we'll share it with you. But remember, we're swearing all of you to secrecy on this. Clasp hands as a regular handshake. Lift the other person's thumb and grasp it with your free hand. Rotate the thumb you're holding, making believe it's a joystick. That definitely does sound like a way to dislocate a thumb. That definitely sounds like the way to not only dislocate the thumb, but potentially tear it off entirely. Can't say I'll be doing that, but I will test it out if I ever meet someone like the immortal John Hancock, I'll shake his hand and stick my thumb up and see what he does. I would take it as a threat if someone did it to me. Yep. Rebus fun. The November-December 1982 issue of Atari Age magazine presented readers with this Rebus contest. Rebus? What the heck is Rebus? You're saying Rebus contest like I know what that means. Challenging them to figure out the name of 6 different Atari video games from the pictures. The contest has been over for 40 years now, but try it anyways. Answers on the second page of the gallery. Okay. So I'm seeing the prize of an Atari 5200, so that's pretty sick. There are 6 Atari boxes, there are 6 Atari video games shown in the boxes below. What's that? They don't look like any of the Atari video games we've seen, or you've seen? Well, this is a contest after all. What you see here, the names of 6 Atari games, represented sound by sound in pictures. For example, if the picture clues were the following, it would represent foot and ball, and the answer would then be football. Easy, right? Now, let's see how you do on the 6 actual contests, but sorry, my brain just isn't working today. I'm really tired. Some of them are kind of tricky, but stick with it. There's a terrific Atari 5200 for the grand prize winner of the picture clue contest. You can actually win a 5200 from this. Wow. Number 1. I genuinely can't figure out what I'm looking at in the second picture of number 1. D water house? No, I think it's just the water. The house is a part of number 2. I think the house... I'm not sure about the house either. I can see that number 3 is nightclub. 4 is video pinball. 5 is... Oh, command? Command? Hang on, command? Ooh, what's that one? Oh. I want to say it's Chopper Command, but I can't possibly get Chopper out of the girl with the blonde hair and the L. So I'm not really, I don't know if that is, but there's got to be something commanded. Ariel command? Oh, aerial command. Okay. That's interesting. Because I'm also kind of looking across to my Oh! I got missile command! Miss L command. Comb hand. Miss L comb hand. Missile command. There we go. What's that? Number 6. So we've got 3 of them so far. We've got nightclub. That's some dated lingo, yeah, right? We don't call them miss anymore, it's ms. It's ms. She would be called a young miss. Ms. Yeah, so we got nightclub, video pinball, we got missile command. What is that? I can't quite work out. It looks like water. Is it in a sink? Is that what we're looking at? Like a sink? D-Sync? Is that a thing? Home run. Oh, you're right. Home run. Yes, of course. Home run baseball. That is that is the first baseball game to release on Atari 2600. So yeah, you got that one. Home run. I don't even know what the thing on the right is for 6. Grid? Grid? Is that a grenade? It kind of looks like a grenade to me. It probably isn't, but it looks like a grenade. Could be a boy? Yeah, I think it's a boy. What's that though? It looks like a man? So is it like a man boy? I don't know what that... Male boy? Male boy. I genuinely don't know what that one is. I'm probably gonna kick myself when I actually press next and have a look. Okay, so we got home run baseball first, nightclub, video pinball, missile command, and 1 and 6 are just... Yeah, not sure if I can figure those ones out. Let's have a little look. This is going to be a good news, bad words solution section. Yep. First, the good news. We can tell you without fear of contradiction that the winner of the Picture Clues contest, which appeared in November-December issue of Atari Age, the grand prize of an Atari 5200 game system, goes to John Much of Canton, Missouri. John's correct answers were Defender. It's a fender. It's not water. It's the fender of a car. I can see it now. It's the wheel arch. It's Defender. That's using American terminology that I don't commonly use. Fender is a hard one. Okay, so we got Defender, Home Run. Oh, let's have a look. Defender, Home Run, Night Driver. Night Driver, not Nightclub. Night Driver. I was wondering, I couldn't think of an Atari game called Nightclub. I just assumed that it existed. that's probably not the best way to go about it. Video pinball, which I got, missile command, and human cannonball. What? How the hell do you get human cannonball out of there? Why is the U in a grid? I can kind of get the U-man. U-man. That's not a cannonball. You're calling bullshit on that one? I'm calling a bit of bullshit on that one too. How the hell is that a cannonball? Okay, interesting. The second, third, and fourth prize winners have all been notified by mail. Congratulations all. Now, about that bad news. We've decided to hold off a little longer on announcing the winner of the Scene in a Sign contest. As we mentioned last time, there was a lot of confusion about the rules on that one. There's a bit of confusion about the puzzles on this one. And we've decided to check with our legal advisors before announcing a winner. Please don't call us to ask. We'll be contacting the winners directly as soon as they are determined, and their names will appear in the next Atari 8. Sorry about that. Okay. I call shenanigans on the U-Man cannonball. I'm gonna Google cannonball just to see where I can find. Cannonball. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that looks like that. Nope. Nope, nothing at all. Oh, wait. Hang on. Oh, no, that's different. I found a cannonball that seems to have a hook attached to it, but that doesn't look anything like that. Okay. Well, I wasn't entering the competition, so it's not like it's that much of a bother. But yeah, interesting. Interesting indeed. It's a can on a ball. Okay, yeah, I can see what you're referring to. Yeah, that's a can on a ball. I hate it. I hate it too. Yeah. Yep. I get it. You man cannonball. Yeah. Yep. Right. Moving on. Screw this game. Atari 5200 in late 1982, 5 years after the launch of the VCS, Atari finally released a next-generation games console, which it called the Atari 5200. The technology inside was roughly equivalent to that of the Atari 400 and 800 home computers, and the games were largely similar to the computer versions. So essentially what they did with the 5200 was they already had home PC systems, home micros as we called them back in the day, called the Atari 400 and the Atari 800. And what they basically did is they took the hardware from the 400 and the 800 and went, let's make something similar, but we're going to make it for our home console audience. And that's where the Atari 5200 came out. I do recall reading somewhere that it was criticized because of this. Because it was mostly reusing technology rather than come up with something new. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what someone says about that. If there's a mention of it going forward. But, oh, there we go. We got a video there. 5200, an Atari tragedy. There we go. There we go. Thoughts on Atari, on GTA 6? None. Absolutely zero. Yeah, it's way too early to be having thoughts. But yeah, I'm not particularly interested in GTA anyway, so yeah. Alright, so what we got here is one of Atari 5200's most unique feature, and the one it is most derided for to this day, was an analog control stick. Crazy, right? Being told that an analog control stick is a bad design for a console. This gave the player more fine-tuned control over the gameplay, but since the stick did not automatically center, unlike modern analog sticks, it was much less fun to use. That's true. Because it's analog, I mentioned before with the paddle control that because it uses the something similar to a volume control, right? The console always knows where the knob is in its rotation, because it is you know, it'll be giving off a certain threshold of I'm going to use the word volume. It's not really, it's about resistance, you know, it's the current flowing through it. So depending upon how high the current is, the console knows exactly where on the screen the paddle should be. This is very similar with the control stick, except it's got 2 dimensions of resistance, much like most analog sticks do today, except because it didn't center itself, it would, you know, you'd have to try to find center, and that could be not really difficult per se, but just not the best design choice. It did, however, have 2 buttons and two buttons on either side, which meant it had 4 buttons in total, but each of them was like fire 1 and fire 2 on both sides, making it an ambidextrous controller. The other thing is the number pad, and a lot of people gave it a lot of flack for the number pad, but the reality is the number pad was actually really useful. And older games from the Atari 2600 actually used the number pad, and so the number pad was sold separately. With the 5200, they included it all together as a part of the same controller, which meant it was cheaper, you know? People didn't have to go out and buy a second controller and a third controller and a number pad controller. It was all in one piece. So while it definitely had some setbacks, it definitely had some pluses as well. And you can see there, you've got the start, pause, and reset buttons actually on the controller rather than on the console itself, which is previously how the Atari 2600 was set up. This is one of those things that you had to go out and buy separately. This is the trackball system, right? Yeah. Not many games use this. We've looked at Crystal Castles, which use the trackball, and some of the other games that we looked at, like iRobot. iRobot didn't use a trackball. Hold on. Wait, yes it did. Yes it did. iRobot could use a trackball. But there you can see you've got two controllers built into this like arcade stick panel with the trackball at the center. So you couldn't have two players using the trackball at the same time. Instead, it would be player 1 using trackball and player 2 using trackball. At very least, I think. Because another aspect of this I'm noticing has got got two sets of keys, but that looks like it's set up for right-handed play and left-handed play. That's interesting. Actually, I don't think this is a two-player setup. Now that I'm looking at it, this is probably just a single controller. What an absolute waste of space. Oh, I just realized how terrible of a design this is. With the redundant buttons. That's awful. A few months after launch of the 5200, Atari introduced the trackball controller. This was a part of the 5200's promise of bringing arcade-quality Atari games to the home. By giving players the same style of controller that was used for Centipede. Oh, that's right, Centipede used to be trackball too, yeah. Missile Command, and other arcade hits. Oh, I can tell you one thing, I would not be using that. I can understand what they were going for, but I would never use that. That's pretty awful. And here we go. We got a video here. An Atari tragedy.
The 5200 was a tragedy. The 5200 was a good idea gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, you could say that again.
The big problem that we had at Atari, the thing that killed the industry more than any other one thing, even more possibly than the ET video game, is that it was the first product life cycle. No,
he's allowed to say that he made ET.
No one had ever been through a major success video game console life cycle.
Yeah.
So where does
That's
it end?
right.
Nowadays, when somebody comes...
That's right. You got to take in consideration, if you're the first at something, you are the first at everything that is related to, well, all of the road bumps, all of the highs and the lows that come with that thing is something that you are probably going to be the first to experience. So it's easy for companies like Sega, Nintendo, even Xbox and PlayStation that came much, much later to turn around and say, oh, well, we didn't experience any of those road bumps. And the answer is, yeah, of course you didn't. Of course they didn't experience any of those bumps because they were already felt by Atari. Atari took the brunt of it, and everyone else was able to learn from Atari's mistakes. That's the thing, is that Atari wasn't just the trailblazer. They were also the ones that suffered the most from all of that inexperience that they cumulatively took upon themselves by being the first. So it's interesting that one of the things to consider with the Atari crash isn't simply that E.T. killed the industry. It isn't. It's the industry killed the industry because it was so new. No one knew what they needed to do.
Out with a new system, they already are designing the next system because they know the life.
That's true. Yeah, yeah.
They know a console is good for a certain number of years, and then it's going to die, it's going to fall off, and
at the moment, Nintendo are really pushing those boundaries with the Switch. Arguably, Nintendo, in big quotes, massive air quotes, should have replaced the Switch already with a new system. But as much as a lot of people are complaining about the limitations of the Nintendo Switch, and yes, there are many, I'm not going to argue that, I'm not going to say any different, I still feel like the Switch is doing a fantastic job of holding on. Despite the fact that it's got a lot of setbacks, it is still doing a great job. It is still selling, and when you look at the games that are coming out for the Switch that were designed to be played on Switch, they look significantly better than the ports, and quite often you will see that. Like, people today are going to be complaining about, well, rightly so, actually, I think, the state of the Arkham games coming to Switch. Like, guys, the Arkham games looked better on Wii U than they look on Switch. That's saying something. And that's not the Switch. I don't think that's the Switch's problem. I think that's the lack of effort problem. I'm really disappointed with how the Arkham games look, though I really shouldn't have been surprised. Look at, I mentioned Konami earlier, but look at Konami with the Master Chief Collection, Metal Gear Solid Collection. Konami doing the Master Chief Collection, that would be interesting. No, the Metal Gear Solid Collection. They've got games that were running 60 FPS on the PS2. And yet, they're running 30 FPS on the Switch. That's not right. That's not a Switch thing, that's an effort thing. The Switch can play PS2 games at 60 FPS. The Switch can play Mario Kart 8 Deluxe at 60 FPS. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate at 60 FPS. There are actually a lot of games that run at 60 FPS on the Switch. There is no excuse for the Metal Gear Solid Collection to run at anything less. That is just a lack of effort on Konami's part. And is anyone surprised? I know I'm not. But, yeah. How Scott Warshaw here is true is telling a very telling it exactly like it is. As soon as a new console releases, they're already working on the next one. When the Switch released, they were already in talks about development for its successor. Now that the PS5 is out, they're already talking about the PS6 behind the scenes. That's just the way that the business goes. You know, that's just the way it works. You've got to be prepared. You've got to be on the ball for what's coming next. Otherwise, it doesn't work for you.
so where does it end? Nowadays, when somebody comes out with a new system, they already are designing the next system because they know the life of a system. They know a console is good for a certain number of years, and then
usually about 7.
It's going to fall off, and that's when we need to be ready and prepared to come in with the new system. Holy crap, you know, our first machine is finally falling off the cliff. We need something. We have something. We can take the 800, 400, 800 computer, repackages the 5200, and spit it out, and we can do it.
So the 5200 was basically what the 400, 800 was going to be 3 years before.
Mm.
It's a tough business. Business is cruel. And you know, like I say, I'll say it again, it was the first time anything was being done. No one knew.
Yeah.
And what happened was the Atari 5200, it grew very large.
Say that again.
Because
that's
marketing
huge.
Wanted perceived value, so bigger was better in some respects. And then marketing got really focused on the Intellivision, and Intellivisions had a bunch of buttons. They had a keypad, and they had this disc with 12 distinct regions, and so
Yeah, that's
If you
right.
put an
So I
analog
said it was like a
stick and one
D-pad.
that doesn't sell.
I mentioned that the Intellivision controller had something that was like a D-pad, and it was like a D-pad in many ways, because it had regions, is what they referred to it as, but it was also a disc that you could rotate. So the Intellivision controller was really impressive for the time, definitely very impressive.
Self-center was the great idea. This will be a better marketing message than the Intellivision controller. And of course, it was a horrible experience.
Oh yeah.
The company lost focus on what was important, and it was gameplay's important.
Mm.
You know, good games sell, bad games don't. If you've got a bad control mechanism, doesn't matter how good the graphics are.
Yeah.
It's not going to be fun to play.
Exactly. This is why I always say that I feel like gameplay is more important than graphics, especially when you look at these classic games, these classic Atari titles. They still hold up because 90% of what makes those games what they are is their gameplay. You can quibble about the graphics. You can go, it doesn't look good. I don't like the look of it. It's too primitive. The pixels are the size of my face. And all of those things are true. But the reality is, when you boil down a video game to what is the important aspect of it, that is the playability. Now, is the game I'm playing fun? And if it's not fun, to quote Iwata, if it's not fun, was it Iwata? I think it was. If it's not fun, why does it exist? Actually, Fructose would be able to fact check me on that one, because he mentioned that that quote to me the other day as well. Sorry, I'm just having a quick little drink there. But yeah, ultimately the game needs to be fun, right? And when you've got a game that is 90% game mechanics and then 10% graphics, because frankly they don't have the technology for all these over-the-top graphics, what you have is the term I've been using for the past couple of weeks is elemental. It has an elemental sense of gameplay to it. And you can't really beat that. That'll never grow old, because it is what it is. And even if you were to make Space Invaders today, it would still play the same way. If you were to make Pac-Man today, fundamentally, it would still play the same way. Look at Pac-Man 99. Look at Mega Tunnel Battle. Fundamentally, those games played the same as Pac-Man. They just have extra bits attached to it. Mega Tunnel Battle has you going from one maze to another. Pac-Man 99 had you facing off against other players that were sending ghosts and pack ghosts and red Pac-Men your way, trying to get you caught off guard and cornered. But fundamentally, the game was the same. And that's why they are eternal. That's why they will always be the same. Eventually, in 1,000,000 years from now, if the human civilization is nothing but dust on a forgotten world, and a new species is rising to take our place, and they decide, oh, we got this idea, we're going to put some of these things together, we're going to make ourselves a video game. Guarantee to you that their first game will be knocking a single pixel back and forth between two paddles. Because that gameplay is elemental.
Now what do you do? So, and that was the thing. Engineering we really wanted to do something cool. right? We wanted to do like a real next generation because the 400, 800 was already last generation.
Yeah.
The engineering team and the creative team, the game designers, we were so upset, and we all felt that we were making a wrong decision with this controller, that we put together a petition to upper management.
Oh, yeah, they're going to listen.
And we just explained that, you know, this is a great product. The control is lacking. We've got some other alternatives we want you to see. And my name's number 3 on the list of the petitioners.
See, I wasn't someone who signed petitions so much as
I bet you his name was also number 3 on the list of people we need to watch just in case we need to fire them. Because generally that's how that goes. And yeah, when you take when you're looking towards the future for creating the next system, and this is something that Nintendo gets flack for as well. I keep bringing up Nintendo. This is about Atari, but still. Nintendo keeps getting flack for this because their systems are usually out of date by the time that they hit the shelves. You look at the Nintendo Switch, and it uses a custom Tegra chip. And that Tegra chip was already like 2 years old, 3 years old, by the time the Switch actually released. Okay? So, Nintendo gets flack for that. And sometimes it's well deserved. If Nintendo put out a Switch 2 next year, which is something that I've been saying for a little while now, what will happen is that they'll probably put a Tegra 2 in. Should they be using a Tegra 2? Absolutely not. 3 years ago, putting a Tegra 2 into a Switch 2 would have been great. Today, they probably want something a little bit more beefy, something that's a little bit more powerful. But it also depends on what kind of power range that they're going for. And with a Tegra 2, you could probably hit something that is as powerful as a PS4. But they really should be going for something that's a little bit more modern, a little bit more powerful. Something that is in between PS4 and PS5. Because you're never going to get PS5 on that portable chip, you know? Even if you could hit that kind of graphical fidelity, you're not going to get the frames. And even if you could get the frames, you're not going to get the graphical fidelity. And then you got to take into consideration the background simulation of most of these games, right? So you're not necessarily going to get PS5 on a portable chip that is in a tablet like the Switch and, you know, have the power of an Xbox Series X or a PS5. It's just not going to happen, right? But they definitely should be looking for something that's a little bit more beefy than a PS4, right? And that's all I really want from my next Switch, is something that's a little bit more beefy than a PS4. I know where a Tegra 2 is, but every time I hear that, all I think of is Big Chunky Lizard. Or Tegu. Right, yeah, of course. But yeah, it's one of those situations that you should always be looking forward to the next technology. And Atari made the biggest mistake possible. Their second big console release was just their old PC repackaged. That's a bad move. That's a bad move on the face of it, right? You don't take your old home micro and then repackage it as a console. That's not going to work. Commodore did it too. So, but we probably won't get into that because this is Atari. But yeah, Atari took their old PC, their 400/800, stuck it into a huge shell and called it a 5200. And rather than actually having something that was valuable inside that plastic box, what they did was they made the box bigger and they weighted it down seriously, there are weights in the 5200 to make it feel more like higher quality, a higher value product than what it actually was. They were going for illusion rather than actually producing something that was worth the money they were selling it for. And it came back to bite them in the ass. Not just with the developers, is what they're talking about right now. The developers didn't like it. They specifically didn't like the controller. But also the fans. The fans were fully aware of what it was within a few weeks of it releasing. We didn't have the internet back then, but it was, you know, it didn't matter. I mean, some people had the internet. Kind of had, the US kind of had the internet, but still. It was, yeah, it was one of those things that, it wasn't going to go well, and it didn't. It didn't. Don't trick people. That's the worst way to do business. You start tricking people, and people figure out they've been tricked. They ain't gonna get tricked again.
Just explained that, you know,
Well,
this is a great product.
usually.
The control is
Back
that.
then.
We've got some other alternatives we want you to see. And my name's number 3.
These days, they ask for being tricked again.
Petitioners.
See, I wasn't someone who signed petitions so much as talked to people behind the scenes, because I always felt that was more like the way you operate in a corporation. And but I definitely put the word out whenever I could that, like, you know, this is something we either should have done a few years ago, or, you know, can't really do now.
Absolutely.
We told marketing, hey, we could make this 2600 compatible. They didn't want anything to do with that. They said they must be very separate and distinct.
No.
We can't have backwards compatibility.
Backwards compatibility on the 5200 would have been
That's
amazing.
a great feature. It's a good way to get people that have
Absolutely.
these Atari games already.
Yes, absolutely. Basically, if you've got a console with backwards compatibility, you've got a console with a built-in library. You look at the Switch now. If the Switch was to go, the Switch 2 was to release and it isn't backwards compatible, that would be a huge mistake. Because there's a massive, massive library that has been growing since 2017? Is that when it released? 2017? I think it was. March 2017. There is a massive, massive library already there on the Switch. And if you want to put all your eggs into the basket of the launch games that are coming out with your next system, good luck. And may your gods go with you. Because if you don't have a hit on your hands, you've got nothing. And it will not sell. But if you've got backwards compatibility and it's just generally a better system, people will buy it and they will play their older games until that hit comes out. But that's the thing, you can't guarantee a hit these days. There's just so many games that are coming out every single week. You can't guarantee that even if you were to release a Legend of Zelda, like Breath of the Wild was a hit for the Switch. But if they were to release a Legend of Zelda with the Switch 2, there's no guarantee it would be a hit. It could be. There's a very good chance that it could be, but it's still a risk. Is that a risk that you're willing to take? Or do you want to build... Or do you want to build a system that potentially you could play Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom on and have it look better? Have it run better? What if you could put Mario Kart 8 with all of its DLC onto the next system and it runs slightly better. It already runs at 60 FPS, but what if you could? Right? Actually, I think some of the tracks are running at 30 at the moment, but that's kind of besides the point. What if all the tracks could run at 60 FPS? Alternatively, you release Mario Kart 9 with the whole of 16 tracks. Well, what do you think is going to do better? A game with 16 tracks, or a console that has access to the game with 90 tracks? Well, over 90 tracks. See, I think I know where I'd be leaning towards. I know where I'm going. I'm going towards the console that I can still play all those classic games on. Game Boy Advance to DS and then DS to 3DS was proof of the success of backwards compatibility. It absolutely was. And the biggest mistake, in my opinion, was the removal of the Game Boy Advance feature. I can understand why it was removed. They need to make more space for a better processor, bigger battery. They need stronger battery for strong battery life. To be able to power something that was, a much more powerful system than the DS. But the removal of the Game Boy Advance feature was such a downgrade. Because it took away a huge chunk of that library, which people were already used to playing, With the DS, with the Game Boy Advance slot, people were so used to the Game Boy Advance working on the DS, and the Game Boy Advance games would work just fine on a 3DS. The problem is it didn't have a slot for it. They thought GBA had dropped by then, and they were wrong. Also, the interest in the GBA had dropped by then, and they were wrong. Yeah, exactly. The thing is, and this is something what I was saying at the very beginning, is that, Atari just released the 2600 Plus. Doing so, they proved that there's still a market for the Atari 2600. It's been 50 years, and there's still a market for the 2600. So to say that between, in the 10 years between the the Game Boy Advance and the 3DS, that there was no interest in Game Boy Advance anymore, was patently false. And it was provably false when they started releasing Game Boy Advance games on the eShop, and people were buying them. But then again, you've got then the situation of why give someone the ability to play old games when you can sell it to them a second time. That's one of those questions for the ages. Are you going to go with greed, or are you going to do right by your fans and by those that actually take part in your consoles and your console generations? I know what I would prefer. I would prefer backwards compatibility, and I think the Switch 2 really should have backwards compatibility. On the other hand, I really don't want the Switch 2 to be using the same media. I don't know what they could change it to, but they need a better media slot. A cartridge that costs less and can hold more. Because the current situation with buying physical games and having to download half of that game as digital content, that's nonsense. That's not the reason I buy physical. So let's step away from that one, please. Let's get some better chips going.
And keep them
Anyway, getting back to this.
To do with that. They said they must be very separate and distinct. We can't have backwards compatibility. which at the time we thought might be a great feature. It's a good way to get people that have these Atari games already and keep them on the Atari platform instead of giving them an opportunity to jump to another platform. And so we designed the product specifically so that you could never have 2600 compatibility.
That's so bad.
About 2 months before launch, they demanded 2600 compatibility. And at that time, we had to build an adapter.
That's
and
awful.
We actually had
That
to
is
modify
so
consoles
bad.
that were already made, the first ones, to work with this adapter. And we called this thing the piggyback parasite.
Oof.
We were just horrible.
Oh, that is hideous.
That situation.
Look at
It
that.
never should have happened.
There was some big...
The 5200 was a wart as it was, but good lord.
The first ones to work with this adapter. And we called this thing the piggyback
The
parasite.
piggyback parasite. That is hideous. That is hideous. I've seen people complaining about the Super Game Boy. Right? The Super Game Boy, which allowed you to play Game Boy games on the SNES. Right? Because it was big and it was bulky and it was, it wasn't really that great to look at. But good grief. Taking consideration the 5200 is probably about the size of a keyboard. And how big that lump on the top of it was. Damn. I've never seen this before. I knew about the 5200 and the follow-up, the 7800, but that... I've never seen that the compatibility cartridge. And look at that. They even had to put controller ports onto the compatibility cartridge. And 2 extra switches for it to be compatible. That is essentially an entire 2600 except for the actual moving parts. Yikes. It was stylish for tech to be chunky back then, but that looked like it was put together in Uncle Dave's shed. Absolutely. I've seen compatible, I do not see that here.
We were just horribly embarrassed by that situation. That never should have happened.
Yeah, I
There
agree.
was some big time denial, around Atari because nobody wants their parade rained on. And when it's the best parade you've ever imagined in your life, nobody wants to see a cloud. You just don't want to see it. So we didn't.
Yeah, I can understand that. Nope, even with your cool lighting and your camera angles, you can't make that look good. That is disgusting. Super Breakout. Each 5200 came with a copy of Super Breakout packed in. This was a slightly upgraded version of the home computer game that was released in 1979. In other words, although it was fun, it was 3 years old and not a great showcase for what the 5200 could do in 1982. That is true. Very true. We can have a little quick game at the 5200 version. Player 1. Oh, look at that. You've got some cool animation for your bricks. But who cares, right? Ultimately, it's just Super Breakout again, you know? And don't get me wrong, Breakout is a good game series. Right? Kiko can attest to this. She loves Breakout. Oops. Stop. You know, she loves Breakout, and I can't argue that, despite the fact that I'm not very good at Breakout, it is an older game by this point, and I will still say that it's elemental, and that it's a game that will forever be well known, and deservedly so, as being one of those classics. But the truth is that when you release a new system, you need to show it off. Damn. Yeah, see, I suck. Oops. It even says oops in the bottom left, like, oops. This isn't how you advertise your new system. You don't... I know I said that it's a good thing to have backwards compatibility, because it means that your classic games are going to show up on the new system. But you gotta have launch games. You still gotta have them. And you can't have a launch game that is already, you know, from a previous generation. It doesn't work like that. But, no. If people want to play Breakout, they'll play Breakout, you know? I really suck at Breakout. They'll come back to it, you know, they'll play it. And so having it available on the 5200, yeah, 100%, I agree. It definitely should be there. But you need your launch game, you need your pack-in title to be something else. You need it to be a good game, a new game that really shows off the capabilities of your system, right? Otherwise, it's just bad marketing. Just straight up, it's just bad marketing. Like, they didn't want the 5200 to be backwards compatible. They wanted it separate. They wanted people to think, oh, this is something new, not just another 2600. That is the right mindset. Don't get me wrong. That is absolutely the right mindset. Maybe going a little bit too far with the lack of backwards compatibility, but definitely want people to think that it's a whole new system, that is actually something different and something worthwhile to purchase, you know? But you're not going to do that if your pack-in title is a game that is over 3 years old already. It's just not going to work. But again, Breakout is an excellent game, a wonderful title, an elemental game, which I strongly recommend. If people haven't played Breakout, it is a classic. It truly is. It is deserving of your attention. So give it a shot. Find a copy of Breakout. Find a good copy of Breakout. Another game that's similar to Breakout is Arkanoid, and Arkanoid is also a really good game. Not unless it's Mario Kart, because that's a packing game that keeps winning. But that's the thing, is like, with the Nintendo Switch, they didn't do Mario Kart as a packing game for a while. Remember, when we bought our Switches, we bought the Switches. There were no pack-in games. We just got Mario Kart separately with it. And we also got Breath of the Wild, and we got Bomberman R. And from the eShop, I got Shovel Knight, and admittedly, that's not necessarily the best game to win my argument, but I still got Shovel Knight. And yeah. At very least, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was updated for the Switch, and there's a lot of people that don't realize that, but I did actually get a little bit of a graphical polish between the Wii U and the Switch. So it is still using that old game to shine, you know? Breakout, it's got that cool little graphic as the bricks dissolve, but come on now. Come on now. 5200 could do better than this as well. That's the sad thing. The 5200 itself could do better than this. Missile Command was another early 5200 game that was a direct port of the 400/800 computer version. Again, the Atari 400, the Atari 800 home micro version, it's just getting re-released. It's just getting re-released. It's not even a new version. It's a version that was released previously on what is essentially the same system. Take in consideration, you have to remember that 5200 was just a 400/800 computer. Just in a console shell. And we got Star Raiders. The outer space combat game Star Raiders is considered the killer app for the Atari's line of computers, but the 5200 version, with its various small improvements to the design, is generally considered to be the definitive edition. So here we go. We finally have a game that is taking that original game and advancing it and expanding on it for the 5200. Created by Doug Neubauer, the space combat simulation Star Raiders was the first killer app for the Atari 8-bit computers. The 5200 version, running on very similar hardware, the same hardware, but with the convenience of analog joystick and keypad controls, brought one of the Atari's defining computer games to the console audience. Now, yes and no, because Star Raiders was on the 2600 as well. It's a much lower quality version, but it was on the 2600 as well. Let's have a quick little go at Star Raiders, because this is a game I really, really wanted to play. But unfortunately, the 2600 Plus isn't compatible with the keypad, so I wasn't able to play it. So let's see how this translates to a Switch controller. Press B to select difficulty. Oh, I see. Novice, Pilot, Warrior, Commander. So let's go with Pilot. We'll go level 2. Oh, cool. Wow, this has been really done up for this system. Okay, that's my shoot button. What was that? Oh, I think I crashed. Starfleet to all units. Star Cruiser 7 destroyed. Posthumous rank. Oh, no! I literally just crashed into something. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm doing well. Let's try that again. Right, so the view selector is long range scan, rear view, forward view, and galactic chart. So there's the chart. I want to go here. How cool is this? This is sick. Alright. Now. How do I accelerate? Oh, tracking computer. Okay. Oh, that's the attack computer. Okay. Shields. Okay, I found shields. No. Not hyperwarp. I just want to go fast. There we go. look at that. Long range scan. Okay. So yeah, this game has been completely retooled for the for being able to be played here on the Switch. So all of the controls are mapped to a Switch controller. This is really cool. I might have to come back and actually... Oh, you've got... It's a full 3D space as well, which is really awesome. I think I'm going to have to come back and actually play this, like, seriously for a stream. I really wanted to play... play this. I just didn't get the opportunity to do so. What's this? Let's go to this one. Switch Online, Atari Virtual Console when? Right? Okay. So, I want to see long range. I'm not really seeing any enemies. So I'm not really sure what I'm looking for. Go back to the galactic chart. See, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking that these might be enemies. So let's go to the next system. I'm guessing by the time I warp into Red Alert. Okay. Oh, they're right on my tail. No, not rear view. Forward view. Shields on. Nope, don't. Attack computer. There we go. Alright, one down. Oh, both dead. Both destroyed. Starbase surrounded? Attack computer off. Shields off. Subspace radio damage. Yeah, okay. So I got subspace radio damaged. Let's have a look at the galactic. Is this I think this might be a starbase. Let's go and have a look there. See if I can dock. Maybe that's not what that is. Tracking off. Wait. That is interesting. Those beeps. Those beeps are the first 3 notes of the music from Close Encounters of the Third Kind. So in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Steven Spielberg movie from the 80s. Was it the 80s or was it late 70s? Basically, humanity communicates with aliens using music. And the iconic sound of the music was using a synthesizer, and it was do 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 do. And yeah, that kind of cemented itself in sci-fi lore for a good many years. My radio is damaged. How do I fix it? That's what I'm asking. You know, asking for a friend. Can I? I'm not sure what turning on the tracking computer actually does, but apparently it's something I can do. So I'm assuming that isn't an actual I'm assuming that's not a space station. How would I know? Okay. Maybe we just go to this one. Seems to be enemies here. Potentially. No? No enemies? I clearly don't understand how to... Whoa, why am I over here? Is the subspace radio the Hang on. Am I failing to go where I actually want to go? Because the subspace radio is out? How do I fix you? How do I fix you? Establish orbit with starbase. Oh, here we go. Oh, wrong button. Didn't mean to do that. Didn't mean to do that. There we go. Long range scan. I'm not seeing anything. Where am I? So I'm definitely here. There's... Oh, over there. Oh, hello. I caught it on the long range. There's something here. Oh, there was. Wait. Oh, it's over there now. So where is it? Yeah, okay. Clearly I don't fully comprehend what is happening here. There should be a something. I'm not entirely sure what that something is, but there should be something, and I should be heading towards it. Right. Oh! Oh! Whatever it was, it exploded. Oh, I can see... Oh, no. No, that's not what I wanted. On my face... what's going on? there are enemies here now. Okay. Could you, sir? There's something following me. Is that it? Wait, there. Got it. Oh, whoa! There was something else there. Where is it? Oh, there it is. This is really hard to control because of the way it switches between the direction that I'm facing. Because it switches from aft view to front view, and what it does is actually changing the axis that my weapons are moving on. But well, I guess the space station's gone. Let's go to this one over here instead. So, what I think I was doing wrong... Oh, there's enemies here. So what I think I was doing wrong was, like, the way I was... Where are you? Why do you keep... There you are. Oh! Was that an enemy? Or was that my... Wait. Wait, no, I think that was the starbase. I think that's the starbase I'm supposed to be aiming for. Hold on. Yeah, I think that might be the starbase. Let's try that again. This time, let's not shoot at the starbase. It is. So do I just like... Oh, there it goes. Do I... Orbit stabilized. There we go. What's this? Transfer complete. Oh, he fixed my subspace radio. Okay. I guess I go out and... Oops. I keep pressing select. I don't mean to do that. Galactic chart. Okay. So let's go to this one. We'll go to this one. Yeah, so what I was saying, I think what I made the mistake of is that I need to try to stay locked on to my target. Attack computer and shields. Oh, whoa. One down. Two down. Got him. Whoa! Oh! Wait! What? Whoa! What's happening to me? Am I just crashing into things? I'm crashing into things. No. Oh, there's loads of asteroids here. Criminy. Oh, this isn't good. This isn't good. This isn't good. I need to get back to a starbase. Yeah, so I gotta try and stay on target for where I want to go. If I'm not on target for where I actually want to go, then I'll end up going somewhere else. I'll end up landing somewhere where I don't want to be, you know? There we go, transfer complete. So you can see with this game, this is one of the reasons that I wanted to play this, right? And one of the reasons that I wanted to talk about Star Raiders is because of what came later. This may be Star Raiders, but Star Raiders is what inspired... Shields are up, tracking computer and attack computer on. Wait, why is my attack computer not working? My attack computer is down. Photon torpedoes are damaged. Well, I got that one. One enemy left. Even without an attack computer, even without my tracking, I wrecked them. Oof. I hope that doesn't affect my piloting. But, like, this is the origin of games such as Elite Dangerous, you know? This is where it all started. What can we do with the Atari computer systems to make a game that that is actually going to be a space simulation? And this is it. This is what we got. This was the first attempt of a realistic space simulation. And what an attempt it is. Am I too far away? I think I'm still far. There we go. Stand by. And this is where it all started. We got, following this game, I think it's David Braben. Would go on to found Frontier and create the first Elite game, which looks very similar to this, right? The very first Elite game looks very, very similar to this. And from here we got, like I said, Elite, Frontier, Elite 2, and of course, Elite Dangerous much later. Shields, attack computer. We have Starbase surrounded. Not seeing any enemies here. Long range. Oh, there's actually a starbase up ahead. Where are they? Oh, it's still further to go. There they are. Where's the enemies then? Whoa! Well, there it goes. There's 2 bogeys in the sector. not seeing them though. Oh no, my torpedoes are gone. My torpedoes are gone. Uh-oh. 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 Scarios. One of the things that is a little annoying is the... No. One thing that is a little bit annoying is the randomness at which at which you take damage. Starbase surrounded? This one is surrounded too? I'm not seeing any enemies. Not that I can do anything anyway. I can see the support ship, and the support ship's coming towards me, but I don't see any enemies on the long-range scan. But yeah, this was a game that I really wanted to play. I do have a copy of Star Raiders for the 2600, and I also have the control setup for it, but unfortunately, it doesn't work with the 2600 plus, so I wasn't able to... Oh, bugger. What the hell? I can't fight back. I can't fight back. They took out my photon torpedoes immediately. And that's what I mean about, like, the random nature of the way that that combat is done. Is that, they took out my weapons immediately, and so I wasn't actually able to fight back. So I'm just kind of stuck here. I'll turn my shields off, I'll let them blow me up. Starfleet to all units. Starcruiser 7 is destroyed. Posthumous rank is Galactic Cook. Wow. Galactic Cook. That's insulting. Okay, so we'll come back to this a little bit later, because I definitely want to play some Star Raiders. I want to do some, like a proper play of it, and take some time to fully understand the systems. But for right now, I think that is enough of Star Raiders. But what a game. What a classic. When you take in consideration, all of that was running on old hardware, not much better than the Atari 2600. And you've seen what we've played from the Atari 2600. Games like Adventure, where you're literally just a cube, you know, running around with an arrow for a sword, fighting ducks. But not much later, like 5 years later, not even 5 years later, 3 years later, and we've got something like that, and you can clearly see the step between 2600 and games like Elite. So we got Centipede, in early 1983, Atari released home versions of its smash hit arcade game Centipede. The Atari 2600 version is an excellent example of how a game could be distilled down to its barest graphical essence. See? Distilled? See where I'm going with this? To its barest graphical essence, but still remain exciting to play. Absolutely. And like I said, Centipede, I've mentioned this many times, Centipede is still one of my favorite games of all time. Oh, do you know what? I'd love to get that image on a shirt. Actually, do you know what? A part of me thinks that I did at one point. Interesting. I'm unlocking hidden memories. Sword Quest Fireworld. The second in the 4-game Sword Quest cycle, Fireworld was programmed by Todd Fry. Like Earthworld, it contained an intricate puzzle that was only solvable through careful observation of the game and the included comic book. We won't go into that one in particular. We will take a look at the artwork, of course. And you can see there, it's the quest for the Grail. And that looks really good. That is true sword and sorcery. And unlike the previous one, look at that. They actually have the photograph of the chalice. Damn. To be able to get your hands on something like that, that is incredible. Sword Quest, a revolutionary video game concept including 4 different cartridges linked in a continuing epic adventure. Each cartridge is a thrilling video game on its own, and each is part of the Sword Quest contest, with its own fabulous prize, custom made for Atari, at the cost of $25,000. $25,000. That's probably more like a street value, not how much Atari actually paid for it. And for the final prize of the Sword Quest series, there's a sword. The Sword of Ultimate Sorcery. That's split across 2 columns there. An incredible $50,000 jewel-encrusted blade. The quest began in October with Earthworld and continued in February with Fireworld. Enter Fireworld as a warrior, searching for clues buried in a game and the special DC comic book packed with the cartridge. Conquer the 5 action-packed adventure sequences which await you, and use your cunning to discover the valid clues needed to enter the Sword Quest Fireworld contest. Fireworld is a dangerous place, and the quest is demanding, but think how sweet it will be when the winner drinks a victory toast from a $25,000 gold chalice. Damn right. I want to know how much it's actually worth now and if anyone got them. True. That is the ultimate question, isn't it? Does this still exist? Is this still out there somewhere? That's a really good question. Here's your last chance to become an official Sword Quest adventurer. Receive each Sword Quest cartridge at your special club member price and get it as soon as it comes out. And get, as a bonus, 4 exclusive Sword Quest t-shirts. They're designed by the same artist who's creating the amazing Sword Quest comic books and available only to Atari Club Sword Quest adventurers at no additional cost. T-shirts, free t-shirts, folks. Designed by George Perez. Amazing. It really was a different time, you know, a different way of experiencing. Oh, wait. Visual Concepts by George Perez. Oh, sorry, and art. Yeah, okay. We're a different time, though, you know? Can you imagine today if someone was to come out and say, oh yeah, we're gonna do a $25,000 chalice. Up for grabs for anyone who can finish this game first. Solution revealed. Chalice 1. Atari unveiled the solution to Sword Quest Fireworld in the September/October 1983 issue of Atari Age. In the next issue, it announced that Michael Rideout of Aiken, South Carolina, had won the prize after a showdown between 50 finalists at Atari's Sunnyvale, California office. Wow. So they actually got 50 of the finalists together at the Atari campus and said, right, now you're going to have a playoff for the chalice. That's amazing. Oh, look what else is here. Atari reorganizes and greets new CEO. So Ray Kassar is out. And who is this? In the face of increasing competitive video game market, Atari has taken aggressive steps to maintain its leadership position. In May, a major change in the corporation's structure was announced. This was followed in July by news that Raymond E. Kassar, Atari's chairman for 5.5 years, had resigned his position. Mr. Kassar will continue on as a consultant, while James J. Morgan was named the chairman and chief executive officer of Atari. In the past, Atari maintained separate divisions for consumer electronics, video games, consumer electronics, and home computers. Now games and computers will be combined, allowing more efficient efforts in product development, sales, and marketing. So that's essentially saying that's corpo speak for no. We didn't put our 400, 800 computers into a console. We're combining the product lines. We're turning it into a more streamlined service so that the folks at home don't misunderstand what the true differences are. It's our move towards simplifying the home computer process. Yeah, okay. Quadron. Designed by Steve Whiter, Quadron was the first 2600 game to use voice synthesis. It was released exclusively through mail order Club Atari in limited quantities, making it a high-priced collectible today. Well, there we go. There's one of those exclusives we were talking about before. I don't actually know Quadron. First VCS game with synthesized speech, Quadron was released in 1983, just as the game industry was starting to crash. Only 10,000 cartridges were produced, and most were sold directly to members of the Atari Club via mail, making physical copies of this unusual action game, mixing elements of tower defense with a simple game of catch, a true rarity. Okay, that's really interesting. Let's have a little look at what game variations we got. No variations are available. Let's see. So if we go to play game, instructions manual. Yep, I know all that bit. Wait, that's it? Okay, right, fair enough. Insert the Quadron cartridge as explained in your Atari 2600 video computer system owner's guide. Yes, I know. Plug in a joystick controller. Press the red fire button to begin the game. During a game, press the red fire button to shoot phaser balls. Press the game reset during a game to start the game over. Your weapon, phaser ball. Shoot the captors with a phaser ball and then run to the opposite sector and catch the phaser ball so that you can reuse it. Be quick and accurate. You only have 3 phaser balls. Okay. So it's kind of like... I guess it's kind of like something like Breakout. But you... Or something like Space Invaders, perhaps. But you've got to keep catching your ball before... otherwise you'll lose it. Let's give this a little shot. Let's see what we got. That was impressive. Oh, I see. Oh, wait, oh, okay. Wait, no. Just because I say I see doesn't mean that I get it, right? Let me try this again. Right. So, what I can do is, I've got to do that, jump across, and then, oh, I missed it. So I can throw it and catch it like that, look. Oh, he came in from behind! Oh, I think I died. Okay, this is a little bit difficult to get my head around, but I think I understand. So I can do that. Okay. And catch it. Where am I? There I am. Ah, there we go. Okay, wait. No, I didn't want to be there. Right. And catch. Like that. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I think I've only got like 1 life. Either that or I'm not really seeing where the lives are. But, basically... oh, no, I see. Ah, okay. I get it. Right, okay, so it's not just if I lose a ball, it's also if I get hit, it removes a ball. I do get it now. I finally got it. I finally get it. Right, so I want to go like that and catch it. Then I want to go here and grab this thing. I think that's how it works. Okay, he hit me. It's really hard to... oh! Ah, and I lost my ball. Okay, yeah. So if he hits me, I lose my ball. Right? And if I lose all 3 balls, I die. And that's game over. So I've got to position myself directly opposite him. And then jump to the opposite of the screen and catch the ball. Oh, but I can't... ah! Yeah, so I get it. I'm just not very good at it. Whoa! Ah! Okay. Interesting. This is one of those kinds of games that's really... how do I describe it? It's one of those ones that it's got a lot of moving parts, and you need to be extremely quick to be able to react to those moving parts. An interesting game, but maybe not for me. Real Sports Soccer. We won't be playing that one. That'll take a while. Atari continued the Real Sports series with Real Sports Soccer. Whereas the previous 2600 soccer games had depicted the players as blobs, Real Sports version offered a more realistic humans designed by Michael Circio and Jerome Domerat. Original artwork from the cover of Soccer for the Atari 5200 console, which was quickly re-released as Real Sports Soccer, art by Steve Hendricks. This is Zoom. So that's the base. Steve Hendricks, we've talked about Steve Hendricks and the way he composes a lot of his imagery. It's a really cool design. Another example of lots of different artwork kind of becoming the outlines for other pieces of the artwork. And you've also got what looks like Maradona there punching the ball. Hand of God was in play. Real Sports Tennis is the one. That's the one I played the other week. And a game which I played with my grandmother. It gives me lots of good memories and nostalgia for those times where my grandmother, who had absolutely no interest in video games whatsoever, would still play tennis with me because she liked to watch the tennis. And there's Hendrix's art again. I think that's Hendrix. Oh no, Terry Hoff. Okay. And finally, we got Real Sports Basketball here. I do have a basketball game, but it's not the Real Sports one. And here we go, the crash. We've finally reached it, 1983. In 1983, we've been getting to it slowly. We're still talking about the good things that have been happening with Atari. We're talking about the $25,000 prizes for the Sword Quest series. And now suddenly, in amongst all of this amazing stuff that's happening, bang, the crash. It happened out of nowhere. In 1983, the incredible momentum of the video game market in America came to a screeching halt. Sales plummeted, game makers lost millions of dollars, and many went out of business entirely. In this video feature, Atari designers and players discuss the conditions that led to the crash. Here we go. This is it. This is what it's all really amounted to at this point.
When you have a tragedy, and I do believe that the fall of the video game industry in the early 80s was a tragedy. It was a tragedy to many, many people. It changed a lot of lives.
Absolutely.
I think it's pretty obvious when it comes to the video game crash that Atari didn't have control over the quality.
I mean, it needed some sort of way to keep just anybody from writing cartridges for it.
And so many people saw this video game gold rush and they just, started dumping crap. I remember going into KB toy stores and just seeing, really bad box art and just really just terrible looking games. And that's when I started losing interest, and the market became flooded just with garbage.
Absolutely.
And it ultimately led to, of course, things like E.T. being, actually buried in the desert like garbage.
And what happened was that E.T.
Before we get into E.T., because E.T. is important, do you not see that we're kind of experiencing that today? Have you noticed that? How many times have you gone onto the Nintendo Switch eShop? Or you've gone to the PlayStation digital store? Or you've gone onto the Xbox digital store? I guess Xbox not so much. They tend to have a little bit more quality control, but definitely PlayStation, definitely Switch. Most certainly Switch. And you go scrolling through the eShop, you want to see the newest releases. And instead of being met by a handful of quality games that people who actually put a lot of effort into, you're met with like 100 brand new games that have released this week, and they're all trash. That sounds unfair. Now, don't get me wrong. It sounds unfair, and I understand that. I'm sure that even some of those people, some of those crappier games are something that someone has put some effort into. There are games out there that are created by hobbyist creators, such as myself. But how many times have you given up looking for something that you might like because you're just wading through crap? How many times have you gone to recent releases just to browse? You're not looking for any one thing in particular. You're not using the search function. You just want to browse. You just want to find something. Anything that might be interesting to you. And you just gave up. Because that's what they're talking about. Except for Atari, back in the day, that was happening with the physical games. you would go into a store and you would see hundreds of Atari games and you'd have no idea which ones were good. So you didn't buy any. You'd go into a store and you'd see like 3, 4, 5 even of the same game. And you wouldn't know why they were different. And so you tell yourself, well, I'll do some research. Well, today it's hard enough to do that research, and we've got the internet. You'd go into one of those stores and you'd say, okay, so there's 5 versions of Breakout here. There's a copy of Breakout, there's Super Breakout, and then there's 3 knockoff Breakouts. Well, which one do you buy? Which one's the best one? Which one's the one that's going to work? And the reality is that it wasn't always Atari's games that were the better ones. There are some situations where that is simply not the case. I would definitely say to consider not so much E.T., but think of games like Pac-Man. The original Pac-Man isn't a good game. Not on Atari. Subsequent Pac-Man releases were good. But Pac-Man itself, the first Pac-Man, it was pretty bad. It was slow. It was sluggish. The ghosts, I think there was, if I remember correctly, there was only like 2 ghosts. And they didn't act the way they should. The game was just a really bad attempt at copying that original fire that was Pac-Man. And later games like Ms. Pac-Man and Junior Pac-Man and stuff like that, those would take that Pac-Man, not so much Ms. Pac-Man actually, cause, if I'm correct, there isn't a Ms. Pac-Man on 2600, but Junior Pac-Man is the one that took the feeling of Pac-Man and made it into something else. You know, it made it into a game with multiple mazes. It made it into a game with it took the original Pac-Man and built on it, rather than attempting to follow what Pac-Man was to the letter and failing miserably. And I would say the same goes for a lot of the early Atari games. Look at Donkey Kong, and we mentioned this in the previous one as well, where you look at Donkey Kong and from the outside perspective, you'd go, man, that game was kind of rubbish. But when you go back into the developer's perspective, they were looking at it like it was a miracle. Because it never should have run. And as the developers learned more about the technology, as they came to terms with how to approach making video games for the Atari system, they started to figure it out. You know, they started to make it better. They started to realize the things they needed to keep and the things that they could throw away. What made those games what they were, and what was sacrificial to be able to get it to run. And that's not necessarily a lack of quality control, not at the beginning at the very least, but because of those games that they struggled to develop, other people were coming along and saying, I can do a better job than. So it wasn't necessarily just there were hundreds of terrible, cheap, knockoff games on the market, which there were. But there were also knockoff games which were better than the original. And it's that issue with quality control that made Atari fans reticent to buy the games. They weren't willing to put the money down. And they weren't willing to put the money down because they didn't know if what they were paying for was going to be worth the value. So, no, before we get into E.T., because as you can see, that's about to happen, E.T. did not cause the crash. It has been blamed for causing the crash, but the crash resulted from a lack of quality and a lack of proper leadership. E.T. was just a convenient scapegoat. But we'll see where that goes from here.
Really bad box art and just terrible looking games. And that's when I started losing interest, and the market became flooded just with garbage. And it ultimately led to,
And like I said, this is happening today.
Being, actually buried in the desert like garbage.
And what happened was that E.T. became the face of the crash of the video game industry, and I, of course, was the butt behind the face.
Yeah.
That's kind of the way it went.
It ruined his career.
That's what undid Atari. If they just had worked more from a place of like focusing on making great games and delivering great games to the customer instead of like how can we maximize revenue?
Absolutely.
Still be a huge powerhouse today.
I think he's
Warner
correct.
Did not understand technology. He didn't understand the consumer marketplace.
Warner still don't get it. Warner still don't get it. And that's why they're releasing games like Batman Arkham City on the Switch, and it looks worse than the Wii U. Warner still don't get it.
The video game, and so Ray Kassar, I think was afraid of releasing new product because it might not be as successful as VCS. So that's a sure way to fail.
Absolutely.
I regret that we didn't have a new console by '84 that would have made it so that Atari continued to be a really viable business.
We never, ever got down to ever having any process by which we could come up with a better system.
Yeah.
Even to say, I think people
Yeah.
do believe
They didn't have that process. There wasn't a means by which they could communicate with the executives. The executives were out of touch with the market, and the developers who are fans themselves are saying, no, we need to solve this problem. We need a new console. We need a better console. We need better tools. We need to make better games, and we need to limit what is released officially under the Atari brand. Because only then will we be able to say, we are Atari and we make good games. Because at the moment, they were Atari without a console, and anyone could make games for them. And that's not a bad, that's not a good look. That's just not a good look. There's a certain element of exclusivity which is required to have that sense of value. If literally anyone can release a game on your system, if you've got no exclusivity, if you've got a sense of, oh yeah, everyone is welcome, even the bad games, then the audience doesn't know what to think. And that's the thing. It sounds condescending, but it's true. The audience doesn't want to think. The audience wants to be able to go into a store, see the word Atari written across the top of a box, and know that that game is going to be fun. Today you go into a video game store, and I go looking for names, and I think to myself, oh, that game's by Grasshopper? There are people out there right now probably going, who the hell's Grasshopper? But if I see a Grasshopper game, it's a game I want to try. if I see a game by 11 a.m., and there are people out there right now going, who the hell are 11 a.m.? That's a game I want to try. If I see a game by Square Enix back in the 90s and the early 2000s, that was always going to be a game that I wanted to try. In recent years, not so much. Because Square Enix's games are so inconsistent. You can have an absolute banger like Dragon Quest XI. And I know a lot of people like Final Fantasy 15, so I'm not going to rag on it or anything. But I felt like Final Fantasy 15 wasn't as good as it could have been. You can have games like Octopath Traveler, Bravely Default. And then you can have games which historically have been really excellent titles. And you go, yeah, but it's not that great, is it, anymore? I'm excited that Square seems to have realized that Saga is a thing, you know, that they own. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like Nintendo. Nintendo realizing this year that they own F-Zero, you know? It's like they've gone through the they've gone through their old files and gone, oh, wait a minute, F-Zero? That's one of ours? It's the same with Square Enix and Saga. Square Enix have gone through their files and gone, wait a minute, we own Saga? Hey, let's make some Saga games. And so you got games like Frontier, Scarlet Grace. There's a new one coming out soon. And a bunch of the older Saga games, again, remakes and re-releases. And it's incredible. Romancing Saga 2 and 3 are on Switch. The collection of Saga was released, which was even got a physical edition. Like, what is happening? What is happening? How come Square Enix suddenly realized that they actually have games? You know? But then there are other games where they just completely fail, in my opinion. They try something and it doesn't seem to work. Look at the game that I've been really interested in for a little while now has been Ever Crisis. It's going to be retelling the story of Final Fantasy VII, but it's also going to be adding a load of side story stuff and earlier content, you know, prequel content, sequel content. You'll be able to play elements of Advent Children. You'll be able to play elements of story that we only heard in passing in the original game. And that game has been really interesting, and I've been looking forward to seeing it as it comes out. And I watched a trailer today, and I was just like, oh, this is Square's Raid Shadow Legends. And I had to stop for a moment and think about it. It's like, I want to play this for the story, but the gameplay doesn't look that great. I didn't realize it at first because I was watching some of the clips of the game, and it looked like it was just random battles, but it's not. It's sequential random battles that come at you in waves. And then you get a story bit, and then there's a bunch of random battles, and then there's a story bit, and then it's random battles and a story bit. It's like Raid. It's built like Raid. So I'm a little bit concerned about where this game may be going. But I'm interested in its story, so I may even play it on this channel. But to get back to my initial point, gamers, not just gamers, it isn't just gamers. People who read, like lots of books, people who've got entire libraries of novels on their shelves at home, right? They see names that they recognize and they go into a store and they see a name like, I don't know, Tom Clancy. And they know what to expect from a Tom Clancy novel. They see a name like J.K. Rowling, and whatever your opinion is on J.K. Rowling, you look at the Harry Potter books and you go, they're decently well written, and you know what to expect when you get them. You see a name like I don't know. I'm not very good with novelists. I'll be honest. Like J.R.R. Tolkien. Even when he's not doing his Lord of the Rings stuff, he's got other books out there as well. Lewis Carroll is another good example, or George R.R. Martin to do like. I've heard him being called the modern Tolkien. I really don't think he's quite the modern Tolkien. But George R.R. Martin's another example. If you've read his works, you have an expectation of what it is that you're getting into. If, and this is extremely unlikely, but let's just say, for example, if we got into the process of people publishing books under other people's names, and no one tried to stop them, that would completely upset the idea of quality that person would have to their name. And that's why I say technically it's the same with books. It's never going to happen because it requires you to publish a book under someone else's name, and that's a very, very quick way to get sued. But if that were something that could be done and you could get away with, that's going to impact the perceived quality of that novelist. And that's kind of what's happened here with Atari. Atari, which was once known for its quality games, or at very least, the best they could do. Even if it wasn't a good game, like Donkey Kong and Pac-Man, it was still the best they could do at that time. And you knew, because of the quality of everything else, that Pac-Man and Donkey Kong were just a bump in the road. And you're like, no, we'll come back to this later. And they did. And they did. But after a while, if your name gets diluted, if your name no longer stands for quality, people ain't gonna buy it. People just ain't gonna buy it.
That would have made it so that Atari continued to be a really viable business.
We never, ever got down to ever having any process by which we could come up with a better system.
Even to say, I think people do believe that, like, if they had just released like the 5200 earlier, or if they released the 7800, or they had done different things, they would could never have they would have survived the crash a lot better.
Oh, absolutely.
Be like a powerhouse today, Like as a kid, I didn't know much about business, but I just felt like something was wrong.
No one knew anything.
I would say that you can't say with any certainty that they would still be a powerhouse today. I don't think I don't think that's necessarily the case. They are definitely an older company that was built on an older paradigm, an older way of looking at building video games. And I don't think that would necessarily survive to today, but I think they would have lasted a bit longer than they did. And I agree. If the 5200 was released earlier, or if the 7800 was released earlier, that could have done something. That could have had an effect on the video game market But also, you really need to take into consideration the fact that the way that games are being made. Howard Scott Warshaw is the face of the crash. E.T. is the game that caused it, you know, in the folklore. But that's not true. And even if it was, even if E.T. truly was that bad of a game, who was to blame for that? Was it Howard Scott Warshaw who was given 6 weeks to make it? 6 weeks? Or was it the people that put that limitation on him? Or was it the people that said, yeah, we should release this? That's the real question. And I think the answer is, it wasn't E.T., it wasn't Howard Scott Warshaw. It wasn't the fact that the 7800 was like 2 or 3 years late. It had everything to do with the upper management, the mismanagement of the company, not listening to their creatives, not having a system in place so that the creatives could say, we need a console that can do this. Do you know why Nintendo is still doing okay? Still doing really well, in fact, even though they have a system that is out of date. Do you know why they're still doing well? Because their golden boy, a young man in the 80s called Shigeru Miyamoto, excuse me. He is now in charge of making sure that the console is going to be ready for the sort of games that Nintendo are going to make. As far as they're concerned, third-party game, that's up to you to get that working on the Switch. We need to make sure we've got a system that our games will run on our console. And the guy in charge is a game programmer. When Satoru Iwata was in charge, when he was CEO, remember the phrase? Remember his saying? The thing, he came out on stage, he opened up his card wallet from his pocket, and he held up his business card. And he said, on my business card, it says I'm a CEO. In my mind, I'm a programmer. Or in my heart, I'm a gamer. And that was met with cheers and elation. Because, holy shit, there's someone in charge who gets it. And here we have Atari. We're in the process of watching them crash and burn. Because the people in charge didn't get it. This is something that we need to learn, otherwise we're going to repeat the same mistakes. I think, and I was talking to Fructose about this earlier, today in fact, I think we are on the verge, potentially on the verge of another video game crash. We've already seen the speculator bubble die. The speculator bubble is gone. The value of retro games is coming down. It's never going to go back down to normal, but it's coming down. But with high prices, inflation, and I don't mean high prices of video games. Technically, they're not really that high, and I'll go into that another day, but with the high prices of everything around the world, luxury items are becoming less and less of something that is going to be seen inside the home. Expensive luxury items, and I mean that more generally speaking, like a $100 game, that's expensive compared to other forms of entertainment, buying a movie, for example. You know? I feel like video games are potentially in trouble because there are more people these days, more companies than ever just pumping out swill. And if someone doesn't turn around and go, no, hold on a minute. Remember when we had the Nintendo seal of approval? The Nintendo seal of quality? We need that back. We need to do this. I think that'll be a big change. But I feel like we could be heading towards another crash. It's not going to be the same as the Atari crash. I don't think it's going to hit quite as hard. But I think we're going to start seeing the number of consoles being sold go down. And I think we're going to see the number of games sold go down. Whereas some people might go out there and try to buy as many games as they can for their favorite console. I have way too many Switch games, a lot of which I haven't played. I've already noticed that myself, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm only buying specific games. And that is because I have to balance the amount of money that we have for things that we need, like rent, food, water, against those luxuries. And more people are going to be doing that as wallets get tighter, as jobs get thinner. It's going to be rough, and it's going to hit the video game industry because it is a luxury industry. I just hope we don't end up going all the way back. I don't want it to go... I don't want video games to go back to the Stone Age. But I don't think a video game crash is necessarily all doom for the industry as a whole. A crash might rearrange a few companies. Some companies might be bought by others. Some companies might sell studios, or some studios may claim their own independence again. So maybe, just maybe, something good can come out of it. But I do feel like there's a crash on the way. I don't want it to happen, but I feel like it's going to happen. And people need to heed the warnings of the past. Because we've seen it all before. Oversaturated games market with 90% crap and 10% gems. We need to try to avoid that happening. And I think it's the games console platforms, PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, even the PC platforms like Epic and Steam, they need to start getting more exclusive. They need that seal of quality so that people know when they see a game that it is going to be, at very least, a game that works. How about that for a baseline? A game that when you get it home, you put the disc in your system and you can play the sodding game. How about that? Why is that rare today? But it's all going to contribute towards that crash. It's not just one thing, and it wasn't just one thing back then either. All these same problems that we're having today with video games, those are the same problems they had with Atari. And it's sad that we're just sitting here, watching the record go round, and going, oh, it's this song again.
Certainly no one knew how to replace an existing console with a new one.
The real one-liner about why the game industry crashed and went away is that it was a first product life cycle and nobody knew what to do.
That is the one thing that we do have that's different from what they had. we have experience, which will make it all the more bitter when that experience accounts for naught and another crash hits us. The Alamogordo burial. In September 1983, Atari disposed of several tons of unsold or unsellable video games in a landfill in Alamogordo in New Mexico. This tale, symbolic of the market crash, passed into urban legend. In 2014, a documentary crew excavated the games. We all kind of knew, you know, it was that thing. Did you hear that Atari buried all of their games in the desert in New Mexico? Did you hear about that? Did you hear about that story? And everyone was like, it's not true. No, it's just an urban legend. It's just a myth. That was up until... Oh, there he is. Howard Scott Warshaw there. In fact, Angry Video Game Nerd is here as well. And there it is. There's your evidence. They dug down into the desert, into the old landfills. And after they'd gone down multiple years of sediment and deposited junk, they found it. They found E.T. A whole stack of them. I would love to get my hands on one of those. The Alamogordo E.T. I'd get it put into a frame and everything. Because that is history right there. People believe that E.T. caused the crash, but not the buried games was the thing. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, everyone believed that... obviously the crash happened. Atari kind of disappeared to a great extent. Not entirely, but to a great extent. They became less of a thing, you know, in the industry. The crash hit the West more than it did other countries. So Nintendo very quickly swooped in and filled that power void. Sega did the same. But the 83 crash was, you know, really hit Atari. But no one believed that they just buried the games, because that, you know, that doesn't sound right, does it? That doesn't make sense. Why would you why would you bury the games when you could keep them and sell them? You know, you could sell them slowly over a long period of time. But why would you just bury them? Why not keep them? But, no, they just buried them. They just got rid of it. They very quietly, like a thief in the night, took their games from their warehouses and dumped them in the desert. And if it hasn't been done already... Hey, Noctum, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? And if it hasn't been done already, Disney are going to do the same thing. Because I know that there's a warehouse out there that is full of Disney Infinity. Obviously, I haven't seen it myself. I'm in Australia. The warehouse is in California. But I know that it exists. I even have seen a photograph that someone has claimed to have been at the warehouse. It was all like a bunch of princess characters that they were going to release. They had them all set up and ready to go, and then Disney pulled the plug on Disney Infinity. And they all got pushed into a warehouse, and they just left there to rot. If they haven't been buried in the desert already, well, maybe they don't need to. You know what Disney's like. There's literally hundreds of miles of tunnels and tubings and warehouses just underneath the Disney World in Florida. Then take in consideration you've got multiple Disney Worlds around, well, the world. Disney World, Disneyland. You know, you got Disney in Paris. You got Disney in Japan. You've got Disney in Anaheim in California. They could literally take all of that stock and hide it under a Disney World and completely forget they have it for the next 100 years. It wouldn't be hard. It has literally happened with entire rides. How about that? There's a channel I used to watch called Defunct Land, right? And Defunct Land would talk about old rides and things from Disney and Six Flags and all stuff like that. And one of the cool things that they were talking about is like going to the Epcot Center. The Epcot Center got redone a few times in Florida, but there were entire sections of the ride that was just left to rot. And it hadn't been opened in years. They just left it. It was closed and left. They didn't take any of the animatronics. They didn't take any of the puppets. They didn't take any of the decor or anything like that. They just left it to rot. And there's a lot of people that go to Disney World specifically to find these hidden locations. And a lot of them get into a lot of trouble for it because it's all, areas that you're not supposed to go. But every now and again, someone will be doing the urban exploration in Disney World, and they'll find, like, a treasure trove of old animatronics just sitting in a room. Or a bunch of old sections from rides just sitting in a room or in a warehouse that they didn't even know was there. It's amazing. Yeah, absolutely. There's loads of hidden locations at Disney World. Loads of them. Things that even the people that work there don't know about. Because it's just too damn big. So maybe Disney don't have to do the whole burying of Disney Infinity stuff. They could literally just dump it all into one of these rooms and forget about it. So they don't have to pay for the warehouse. But then again, they also own so many warehouses, they probably don't have to pay for it anyway. But yeah, Atari just dumped the stuff in the desert, and Disney might do something similar. There they are, look at that. Look, it's that centipede right there. Look, we talk about Atari, E.T. being in the dump, right? Because, oh yeah, it's a really crappy game. Centipede. Everyone agrees. Every Atari player agrees. I say everyone agrees. I'm sure there are people out there right now going, I don't think Centipede is that good of a game. And I'm saying, well, you're wrong. But still. Centipede. Buried in the desert. Why? It's crazy. There's some more ETs. Man. Yeah, I would love to have one of these. Oh, wait, I just realized what this is. Look at it. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 copies of E.T. That is a full packet of E.T.s. 6 copies of E.T. in a box. Just dumped. Just dumped. Not even opened. We've seen these ones, the singles, the single boxes. If they were just like piles of games that they couldn't sell, and they just dumped them in a hole, alright, fair, I can kind of understand that. But these ones are still in the original box. They're still in the original, not, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not packet, it's, not crate. I can't remember. I can't remember what the word is, but carton. Thank you. Thank you, Kiko. Yeah. Not even removed from the carton. How sad is that? Honestly, a desert is where I'd expect to find centipedes. To be fair, from what I understand about Area 51, a desert is where I expect to find ET too. But yeah, that was it. The Alamogordo Burial, 1983. All done under the, in the dead of night. Just hidden. They brought all their games here and just dumped them in the desert. Anyway. A sad and very emotional section was that. But yeah. Niner 2049er. Niner 2049er, based on the Atari computer game by Bill Hogue, that can be played elsewhere in this collection, was just one of hundreds of third-party Atari 2600 games that packed the shelves in 1983. Although it was of higher quality than most. Absolutely. So, Miner 2049er, I think that's I'm pretty sure the original was just called Miner 49er. So, 2049er is probably a retake, an attempt of playing the game. Miner 2049er follows the example of early platformer games, but adds new gameplay mechanics like shoots and various obstacles. Whereas the original Atari 800 version featured 10 levels, this 2600 port only offers interpretations of 3. So it went from being 10 levels to a sequence of levels, similar to early Donkey Kong. Let's have a little quick look at this game. No variations? Okay, so we'll just play game. So, as you can see, it's very similar to games like Donkey Kong. I can jump. Can I jump over this thing? I don't know if that's the thing I need to get. Okay, I can jump on him. Cool. Alright, I see. So that was a thing to get, and there's a lunchbox up there. Wait, how do I go up? Oh, there we go. Oh, look at the floor. The floor is changing. So I wonder if I'm limited on how many times I can walk on a certain section of the floor. Or am I getting points? I'm gaining points for walking on different parts of the floor. Okay. So I want to go here to get the coffee mug. See? There we go. Oh, the chute! Oh, no! Okay. Oh, I get it. I get what he means by adding chutes, yeah. So this is very similar in many ways to... Excuse you, sir. This is very similar in many ways to games like Donkey Kong. Aww. Games like Donkey Kong. Except they have a bunch of their, own mechanics. There we go. There we go. And so, Miner 49er, or in this case, Miner 2049er, needs to collect all of his stuff for work. He needs his hat. He needs his coffee. He needs his, What happened? What happened? They're out of time? So this was, I keep saying it's like Donkey Kong, and it is. It absolutely is like Donkey Kong. Alright, but this is basically someone else's take on a platformer, you know? Like, we were talking about an era where video games were very limited, right? So you can look at this game and you can see it and you go, ah, yeah, it's a Donkey Kong clone. It's not really a Donkey Kong clone. Not really. But it's got some similarities. It plays. Right, I wanna avoid landing on this guy. Like that. Oh no! Down I go. Oh no, all the way down. Alright. Well, I've collected everything. Oh, and I missed. Damn. Okay, so do I need to collect the items? Oh, right. So when I collected the items, it was making the enemies weak. Ah, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. Yeah, so that made them weak. Ah, okay. So I need to use... I need to go for speed. I need to get across here, grab that coffee, get the power of caffeine in my system, and take out both of these enemies. Oh no! Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Oh no. Those shoots are a real pain. They're the ones that will get you. Right, I could just run across here, actually. Ooh, actually, no. Do you know what? No. I don't want to jump across there because I'm very likely going to miss the edge. Okay. You go that way. Yes! Oh. Okay. What do I do now? I've killed everything. Wait, do I have to... I was thinking maybe I had to... mark all of the platforms? Perhaps? Oh, no, I can't even mark that one. Alright, we'll try to climb to the top once more. And we'll avoid the chute there. And we'll see if I can go off to the left or something, perhaps. Because I feel like I've done everything? No? Interesting. I wonder what I do next. I've killed everything. I've collected everything. What do I do now? Anyway. That's Miner 2049er. Why do I remember it as Miner 49er? Interesting. Maybe that's a different one. I don't know. And we got Saboteur. Atari designer Howard Scott Warshaw's final game would have been a shooter called Saboteur. Warshaw left the company before it was completed, and it was never released. This playable version is a nearly finished prototype. In fact, I believe... Let me just quickly check something. I am currently going to the eShop. Can you hear my, can you hear the eShop playing? I might be wrong. The reason that I'm keeping it covered up is because I might be wrong about this. Okay. Let's. I think this might be a different one. It's kind of. No, it's a different game. Never mind. It's a different game. But no, what I was looking at was this. This is a game called Saboteur SIO. It is supposed to be a sequel to the classic game Saboteur. And Saboteur of Engine Angel, but I don't know. Travel the world of this original ninja mission, created and developed by original author Clive Townsend. So that's not. In 1985, Saboteur received the prestigious award, the Crash Smash, from Crash Magazine. Oh, yeah, so that actually, if it's talking about Crash Magazine, it's talking about ZX Spectrum. Yeah, there it is, look. Yeah, original retro graphics and extra screen modes for ZX Spectrum, Commodore 64, Amstrad CPC, and Game Boy. Okay, so this isn't, this is a totally different game. Never mind. Oh yeah, no, this is absolutely a completely different game. Yard's Revenge designer Howard Scott Warshaw created this multi-stage action game, only to see it shelved by Atari before he finished it. A complete and polished version of the original game is presented here. So they did actually go back and complete. So that's really cool. Let's have a look at game variations. You've got standard game. Fast, master robots, bullets bounce off the bottom. Oh wait, bounce off bottom. I'm assuming they mean bottom of the screen and not your character's ass. Faster has side bullets. Fastest has side bullets. Robot Master's bullet bounces off bottom. Okay, so we'll go standard game. Let's have a look. Just a quick little look. I'm guessing, just by looking at this, that the goal is to stop them from creating a rocket. And I have to save the Gorfons, apparently. Okay, if I press the plus button, it just resets the system. Look at that. Save Gorfons. Oh, hello. Wait, how do I go up and down? What? Oh, I can shoot up. Oh, I can shoot up. Oh, right, okay, I get it. Oh, I get it, I get it. Oh, yeah, I see where they're going with. Hey, look! Hey, it's a Yar! Oh, did I kill everything, or... Oh, ooh. Okay. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's call that a success. let's assume I won that. Oh, no, I'm still... Cool. Music in an Atari game. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing, honestly. As I've mentioned before, Atari games definitely are more definitely something that you need to really understand. You know, you kind of need to read the book. It's kind of got a similar issue with its control system to games like Metal Slug on console, where the control, well, I guess Metal Slug in general, where you want to shoot at a diagonal, but shooting at diagonal also means having to actually I think I can see what I'm supposed to be doing. I need to avoid the bullet, avoid the actual thing in the middle, and focus it so it shoots at the glowy bits into the... See this glowy bit that runs across the bottom? I know. Hang on. Oh, there we go. Well, I'm doing better this time. I think. I'm assuming that 1300 is better. I'm assuming that 1600 is better than 900. So, you know. Oh, whoa. The way it suddenly changes from one thing to another is, right, I see. The number at the bottom is actually the timer. So I have to get rid of all these glowy bits before the timer runs out or before my lives run out. Oh, there goes my lives. $4,046. Like I said, I'm going to assume that 4,046 is better than 970 something. So, yay me. It's a shame I didn't see a release back in the day. It's still a solid arcade game. Yeah, absolutely. And it's really forgiving with the sheer number of lives that you have. So, that's pretty cool. Well, there we go. Gravitar. We had to look at Gravitar. A conversion for the 1982 arcade game. The 2600 version of Gravitar keeps the basic gameplay of navigating the gravitational pull of a planet, but loses the high-resolution vector graphics. Absolutely, yeah. That is one of the biggest issues, was the fact that you didn't have the vector graphics. Game systems like the Vectrex were still able to maintain those graphics, but sadly, you ended up with stuff like this for games like Gravitar. And I would say it's still a really good conversion, but it's just not the same, you know? So we got Sword Quest Waterworld here, the third in the Sword Quest series. Okay, so clearly the three originals, originally 3 were released. The third in the Sword Quest series, Waterworld, was sold exclusively through the Atari Club mail order service, and original cartridges are thus very difficult to find in any condition today. The September-October 1983 issue of Atari Age magazine announced the availability of Waterworld, dangling the promise of winning the solid gold crown. Atari cancelled the Sword Quest competition following Waterworld's release, although it still reported that it held a secret final round and awarded the crown to an anonymous winner. So we have seen so far what was it? It was the first one was a talisman, and the second one was the cup, was the grail. And this one was the crown of Waterworld, the crown of Atlantis, I would assume, is what they were going for. And so you've got the comic book here, Sword Quest 3. I wonder if they actually have the crown, and like a photograph of the crown, like they did with the Grail. No, they didn't. Okay. So for Noctum, who was away, wasn't here at the time, check this out. So this was a part of an Atari competition. There we go. This $25,000 gold chalice could be yours. This is a legitimate item that could be won by people who played Sword Quest Fireworld. This is a photograph of it. It is solid gold and platinum. It has diamonds, sapphires, and rubies. It is worth $25,000. And that's $25,000 of 1980s money. The plan was to have 4 of them. One for each of the elemental worlds of Sword Quest. The first one was a necklace, a talisman. The second one is this chalice. The third one was a crown, and the fourth one was a jewelry box, which supposedly was meant to contain the Philosopher's Stone. And the final one was going to be a $50,000 gold-plated, gemstone-encrusted sword. The Sword of Ultimate Sorcery. It's crazy. And unfortunately, like, you look at something like that today and you go, that'll never pan out. They still got 3 games deep into this, you know? They still gave out the talisman and the chalice, and there are myths to this very day that they still gave out the crown. But unfortunately, that's where it ended. It ended with the crown. We didn't get any more. But they did eventually release Airworld last year. It would be $90,000 in today's money. Unfortunately, with Airworld, they never, they didn't go back and they didn't do another, Philosopher's Stone. You know, they didn't go, oh, here's Airworld, also we're continuing the competition. They canceled the competition with this one, sadly. But they did release Airworld last year. So that's cool. That's nice. I wonder if it's actually in this. I wonder if it's in the game library for this. I imagine it would be. Make your own left-handed joystick. See, we were talking about this at the beginning, right? How the controller for the 5200 is ambidextrous because it's got the fire buttons on the left and the right. Those aren't like 4 buttons. Those are duplicate buttons. There's 2 red ones on the left, 2 red ones on the right. Those are duplicate buttons, and it's so the controller could be ambidextrous. But all the way at this point, then we've got make your own left-handed joystick. Is that the same? Yes, customize your game controller was a lot easier with the VCS. In this Atari Age article from July/August 1983, an Atari hardware engineer explains how you can create a left-handed joystick in minutes just by swapping a few wires. So, what you need to do, so you got the brown, white, black, blue, green, orange. What you need to do is swap around some of the wires so that, like, left and right are reversed. And it's that simple. It is really that simple because back in those days, you didn't have these really overly complex controllers or anything. I think Knockdown was just referring to, you know, the game. The fact that it was real. And, yeah. It's kind of crazy when you think about the value and everything. But, yeah. So, anyway, as I was saying, it's really straightforward. It's very simple. Back then, it was just simply a case of their little connection switches. You move the controller in one direction, it creates a circuit, signal goes through the wire, done. Easy. Nowadays, if you open up a controller, you can see all these circuit boards and different things, and there's rumble packs, and there's diodes, and there's resistors, and battery packs, and all sorts of things in there. But with this, it was so simple. It was just flip a couple of the wires, and suddenly you've got a reverse, a reversed control stick. Very simple. That's okay, Noctum. It's all good. No need to apologize. Millipede. Although the 2600 version of Millipede looked a lot like its predecessor Centipede, at first glance, it implemented the new features. Sorry, at first glance, it implemented the new features from the arcade game, making for a more complex and more challenging experience. Now, personally, I'm not a fan. I like Centipede, right? I like Centipede. Millipede was not the game for me. So this is the 52... This is the cancelled 5200 prototype. So there's a copy of the actual 2600 version and the 5200 version. Let's go with the 2600 version. Let's have a quick little play. The VCS version of Millipede reduces the shooting game to its graphical essence. Mushrooms are blocks. This is what I was saying before. Elemental gameplay. Mushrooms are blocks. The player character is a slightly larger block, but the speedy action gameplay has been translated with a high degree of accuracy. Play game. See, it looks like Millipede, but sorry, it looks like Centipede, but there's like bombs, and I guess it's something that I do kind of like about Centipede Recharged is the power-ups, but I don't know, something about it just didn't do it for me. Millipede never did it for me. But let's have a go anyway. Oh, that spider is really out for blood. Oh, that noise, though. Okay. Look at how high the score is. Ah, stupid spider. Oh! Ah, stupid spiders. Okay. Yeah, so what Millipede really does is it adds a lot more things to be aware of on the screen. Something which, I simply not capable of paying attention to. Seeing as I haven't really practiced with Millipede. But what it also does is it adds the dynamite boxes. And, like, flies and things. And new enemy types to be aware of. Spiders are a little bit faster. And the score is unnecessarily high. I know that sounds like a weird complaint. The score is too damn high, you know? But it's just one of those things that I find in... Oh my goodness, what is happening? It's something that I find a lot in, like, wait, I can't break that block. There are blocks I can't break? Yeah. It's something I find in, like, a lot of Japanese media. Like, Japanese games and things like Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the unnecessarily high, numbers on things, you know? It's like, this monster could deal 2 damage. But instead of dealing 2 damage, it has to deal 2,000 damage. Well, what are the extra zeros actually doing for you? Aside from making something look more impressive than it feels. I will give it to it. This version, very least, is a lot more responsive. Is really responsive, in fact. Wait, is this game actually converting me? There's 2 spiders. Oh my goodness. Okay. The extra spiders are, distracting. There are 3 spiders on screen, and flies. There is so much to look... to keep track of in this. No, go away. Oh, no. No! Oh, you stupid spiders! Oh my goodness! They are so fast! Those spiders are ridiculously fast, and the way that the flies come down as well in that swarm. Yikes. Okay, there's a lot to pay attention to. I guess I will always be a fan of the original. I will always be a fan of Centipede, and maybe... I know, I like how this feels as a game. Like, it feels like I'm in control. But at the same time, I'm just like... I don't like that. I don't like that noise. Ah, damn it. I suspect that this game is actually a lot more responsive on the Switch as well than it is on the Atari. Those damn spiders, you can't predict them. But yeah, there's Millipede. Slightly different game from Centipede, but, you know, it is its sequel. Millipede is the sequel to Centipede. Everyone's gonna have their favorite, and I have mine. Crystal Castles. We played Crystal Castles. We tried this. While the 2600 version of the arcade game Crystal Castles didn't, and couldn't, look anything like the high-resolution isometric graphics in the arcade, it is still considered to be quite a technical accomplishment for its detailed pseudo-3D playfields. Let's just take a quick look at this. Because the other version of Crystal Castles that we played really didn't feel right to me. Oh, this is a lot slower, and it's also harder to control. Ah, get out of the way. I think I've only got one more thing to pick up. Oh. Did I run out of time? I think I ran out of time. Ah! But yeah, you know what? This feels right. This is the Crystal Castles I've played. It's not easy to control, but not terrible either, honestly. Hey, you can't come this way. No, you can't come this way. Ah! Ooh, that was close. Okay. Nice. Yeah, so this is actually this is the Crystal Castles that I'm familiar with. It's a little bit slower, it's a little bit easier to control, little bit. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. It's just simply a case of running around and collecting little blocks that are on the floor. Like, can I go down? Thank you. It's even got elevators implemented, you know? This is a good conversion. This is a really good conversion of Crystal Castles for the Atari 2600. I think I may, like I said, I'm not sure. I may have played the 5200 version. I think I'm invulnerable for a short period of time when I get the hat. Just charge through that guy. Oh no! Okay, I'm not sure why I was able to get one guy and not the other, but doesn't matter. We win this one. I don't appear to have a timer? No. I'll take that, thank you. Yeah, that makes me invulnerable. It doesn't allow me to kill things, but it does make me invulnerable. Oh! He got me. Oh, no. Ah! I want to go up. I can't. Okay, I can't go up on the corners. And that tree is deadly. There we go. Can I jump down there? No, I can't. Oh, this tree is waiting for me. No! He got on the elevator. Speaking of time, though, how many more segments are there in this episode? This is a really good question. We've kind of been going a little bit slower today, I feel. Let's see. Meet the new boss. Same as the old boss. Oh, we still got... Oh, we don't have much left to go. Right. Warner sold Atari's home and computer division to Jack Tramiel, the former CEO of Commodore, in 1984. Tramiel laid off most of the staff, slimming Atari down considerably to focus on a new generation of home computers, not video games. Jack Tramiel definitely had his own perspective on things. I can't really blame his heavy-handed takeover. But it is one of those things that kind of happened. Was that there was a lot of people embedded at Atari that were holding on to something that hadn't been real for over 5 years. You know? The feeling that Atari was when it was put together, that had gone away. And there was a lot of bitterness. Especially after Ray Kassar took over. So, with the CEO-ship changing from Ray Kassar to the other guy, I can't remember his name. and then onto Jack Tramiel. Something needed to change. They needed to scoop out the rot, scoop out the poison, scoop out the bitterness that was left over, and start over. And they didn't do a terrible job, but I think they could have done better. I knew I wasn't going to be able to keep working at Atari, and a little while later, a layoff package came. And that was one of the saddest moments of my life. Howard Scott Warshaw, designer of Yar's Revenge. Bounty Bob Strikes Back. Very few console games were released in America in 1985. One of them was Bounty Bob Strikes Back, by Bill Hogue, the sequel to Miner 2049er. This Atari 5200 version released in limited quantities to the few players still using the platform. It is by far the rarest game on the system. We won't play that one because, yeah, we are after 11 right now. We don't have much time left, so we'll just move along. The Atari 7800 Pro System. Originally meant to be released in 1984, the next generation Atari 7800 console was put on ice until the video game market started to make a comeback in 1986. In addition to playing its own lineup of games, it was fully backward compatible with 2600 cartridges. And this is one of those examples of, unfortunately, too little, too late. With everything that had gone wrong leading up to this point, the 7800 just didn't land. It should have. By all means, it should have landed, but it didn't. It failed. And Atari just wasn't the same. Crowline controller. The controller included with the Atari 7800, which included a joystick and 2 fire buttons, was originally designed as an upgraded 2600 controller. So you can see it there. This is another joystick style, like what they had with the 5200, but unlike this one was digital. It wasn't analog. And it's got the fire buttons on either side. Here is the Atari Joypad. Following on from what Nintendo had brought to the conversation with its D-pad and 2-button controller with the Famicom and NES, Atari followed up with another controller. And the funny thing is, you see that divot in the center of the D-pad? You can actually screw a thumbstick into it, so you can use it as a digital stick rather than a D-pad, which is kind of revolutionary in a way, because I spent $200 on my Xbox Elite controller to be able to do that. Right? 7800 copy of Asteroids. Again, very similar to the 2600 version of Asteroids, but a lot more higher quality graphics. Something that would be more akin of the home micros of the era. A staple of Atari's arcade heritage, the 7800 version of Asteroids offered refined graphics while retaining the player's freedom of movement and ability to blast rocks into smaller, deadlier rocks. Actually, we can take a quick little go at this. What's the controls? See how it's looking more... Oh. Okay, and I immediately crash. Amazing. So this is using a 2-button control system. Rather than pressing up... Oh, damn it, he shot me. Okay. Rather than pressing up to boost, I'm currently using the trigger to boost. So that means this was a 2-button setup for this game. Come on. But notice how now the Atari has started to look more like an NES. It's able to render graphics a little bit differently. It's not quite as in fact, I think the 7800, you know, it's more akin to the, like I said, the home micros of the era. It was definitely more PC than it was console. And it feels that way as well, you know? It's smooth. This is really smooth. I think one of the things that probably held the 7800 back was going to be the price. Because we've been talking console up until now, but now we're talking PC level prices, you know? But yeah, this is really smooth. I really like this version of the game. And it was released 1 year before I was. We got the 7800 version of Centipede. Again, 7800 version of Centipede is very similar to the original Centipede, but it's got more detail to it. You can see the Centipede, you can see the mushrooms look. It's closer to the arcade in many ways. And it's not a bad version of the game either. It's again, very, very smooth on this. I'm actually really liking the feel of this one. I got a little thing. Oh, that's a piece of the Centipede. Could you please stop putting more mushrooms in my way? Oh, you know, I might come back to this. I like this version of Centipede. Ah! What I don't like is my inability to aim. Ah! Ah! Damn spider! Oh, you'll also notice that... Stupid fleas. Never mind. Ah, nice. Nice little kill box there. Yeah, I got you. I got you. That spider is looking for trouble. And that one just came in like Tokyo Drift. There we go. That is the 7800 version. And again, you can see that it's a lot more like an NES game at this point. The graphics have progressed to a point where it's very similar to the games that you'd expect to see coming from Nintendo, coming from early Sega. But they're still heavily reliant on their classic titles, you know? They still want to explore how can we improve our old games? And I think that's a good thing. I think it really did. It kind of hampered them in a way because it made them less inclined, you know, to make whole new games. But you know, come up with new franchises and things. But at the same time, these are classic games, like I said. They will never go out of fashion because the gameplay is still addictive. The gameplay is paramount and it is a good feeling to play. You know, when the gameplay is good, it doesn't matter what the graphics look. So we'll back out of that one. And here we go. This is my Atari 2600. In addition to the 7800, Atari also rolled out a smaller, budget-priced revision of the 2600, retailing for just $50. It was very affordable. It was a very affordable alternative, and Atari began to put more 2600 games on the shelves. Absolutely. This is where Atari came back. And again, like I say, it was a little bit too little too late. But this was the one. This was the one that brought, or this and the 7800 were the ones that brought Atari back into focus in the early days of the revitalized gaming industry. And this is the Atari that I own. I actually own two. I have my original one from when I bought it, well, when it was bought for me back in I want to say 87 or 88. And I also have another one, a complete in-box version, which is an Australian one. And the reason I have that is because, one, it's got all the cables with it, and mine doesn't. And two, I can update it and change some of the circuitry so that I can turn it into an AV out, which means I can actually play it on my TV, which is a digital TV. So the analog doesn't work, so I can't actually play my own on the old TV. So I'm looking forward to doing some modifications and to make this new Atari system that I've gotten the best that it can be. Notable and quotable. We took an Atari 2600 and we just took a bandsaw and we started cutting the plastic away. And then we hot glued different pieces together and glued some other things together and said, look, we can cut the size off this product by 2/3. And that's the essence of the 2600 Junior. Jerry Jessup, former Atari engineer. Solaris, a technical masterpiece of the 2600. Solaris was created by Star Raiders developer Doug Neubauer. He used every trick in the book to create something that looked light years ahead of any other 2600 game, showing just how versatile the 2600 hardware truly was. When we talk about hardware pushers, when we talk about games that push the consoles to their absolute limitations, and sometimes beyond, I always reference VD Dev, because VD Dev did some amazing things getting 3D engines to work on the Game Boy Advance. They had no business getting 3D engines to work on the Game Boy Advance. The Game Boy Advance was not designed to run 3D engines. But damn it, if they could do it, they would. And they did several times. VD Dev have this strange capability of being able to take a game and put it on a console it should never have been on. And very similarly to that, you've got Solaris. This game, while it will still look primitive today, it should not have been on the Atari 2600. Look at this. Notice as well it says D. Neubauer. So by this point, people were getting their names actually on the title screen. Okay, I think I just took off. I did just take off. This game does not belong on the Atari 2600. Just putting it there, okay? Look at this game. Okay, where's the bad guys? So, like, in some ways, this is a downscale of, where am I? I'm over there. Okay. In some ways, this is a downscale of games like Star Raiders, but in other aspects, this is so much more than Star Raiders. Where'd you go? It's like taking Star Raiders and changing the gameplay, you know, changing it into more of a an arcade shooter, a Star Fox sort of game. But look at it. This is just Star Fox. Admittedly, it's a little bit more primitive, but it's Star Fox. Where am I? I'm there. Okay, we want to go. Can I please? I want to leave, please. Can I go there? It looks like Elite Dangerous. It does, doesn't it? Oh, wow. I crashed into a planet. So it doesn't have the full 3D surround, but it is kind of hinting at that sort of a feel to it. It definitely plays more like it's 3D. Like a true 3D space sim. Oh, damn it. Can you please, sir, I'm trying to shoot you, thank you. Ow. Ow, I'm crashing into planets. I'm crashing into planets! There it is. There's the little chime from Star Raiders. The same 3 tones that are the beginning of the music from Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Yeah, so now I'm landing, sort of. You know, I'm planet side now. So this is like Elite Dangerous, you're right. I can collect you. I can collect you. No, I can't. And I can land there. What a game. What a game. This should not be possible on the Atari 2600. Take into consideration when we were talking about Yar's Revenge, there wasn't enough power in the N64, I almost said. There wasn't enough power in the 2600 to render an explosion. Think about that. There wasn't enough power in the 2600 to render the explosion that we saw in Yar's Revenge. And in order to be able to pull that off, Howard Scott Warshaw used a graphical representation of the code of the game to make something that looked like a random pattern. And now we have this. What is happening? Oh, I don't know what these things are, but they look dangerous. Let's shoot them. I'm trying to shoot at them, but they seem to be dodging me. They seem to be dodging me really well. What is that? I'm watching. Oh, there's this enemy starbase. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm watching the screen at the bottom. The screen at the bottom shows me how to, or gives me an idea of how to avoid stuff. But yeah, it's graphically impressive for the system as well, you know? Where am I? Oh, ow, 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 ow. Oh no, we got Space Invaders attacking us now. And now I'm... Oh, not dead yet. Not dead yet. Now I'm dead. That is a really good game. That's an incredible game. And I've said multiple times now, it has no business being on the Atari 2600. That is such a good game. We've got boxing. I think I have this one. Yeah. Secret Quest. Among many developers that Atari contracted to create new 2600 games was Axelon, a software developer headed by Atari co-founder Nolan Bushnell. So after Nolan Bushnell left Atari, or he sold Atari to Warner, he started his own company. I think it was in I think in 1970, I think it was midway through 1979, he created Axelon. One of the games Axelon created for the Atari was Secret Quest, a lengthy adventure game that even had a password system. So we're talking systems and ideas that were present on the NES at this point were being used in games for the Atari 2600, like password system to go to different levels of the game for unlocking stuff. Another game that goes and pushes the 2600 beyond its limitations, beyond its perceived limitations, I should say. Atari after the crash. The VCS, or 2600 as it was now known, turned 10 years old in 1987. But a revitalized gaming market meant that there was still demand for 2600 games. And even now, in 2023, there is still a demand for 2600 games. Designer Gary Kitchen, co-founder of Absolute Entertainment, soon found himself once again returning to the platform.
There's this funny time period in the history of, if I wrote a book on the history of the video game industry, there's this funny time period where we had left Activision and we went from this fabulous AAA office complex, beautiful. We had more space than we needed by a factor of 5.
Oh, wow.
And we went to the most horrible office in Midland Park, New Jersey, in the basement of an optician's office.
Yikes.
Game industry, this was after the crash. Game industry was a disaster.
Yeah.
And it
That
was
sucks.
just, oh man, what an office. It was horrible. But we survived in it. I mean, you got to do what you got to do. So anyway, we're in this horrible office, and we're doing C64 stuff at that point.
Yeah. So
I
C64...
get a call from a buddy of mine.
C64 would have come out, when did C64 come out? I want to say 85, but I'm not actually sure. C64, was it earlier than that? Bloody... Oh, 82. It was earlier than that. Okay, so C64 had come out in 82. But this is, like I was saying, the video games crash, it only really affected consoles, you know? And really, when you really look at who it affected Atari, affected Intellivision, and ColecoVision, you know? It didn't really affect Nintendo or Sega or anything like that. The video games boom in Japan was still going, and it was still going strong, right? And the home micro system in the UK was still going really strong. So you still had things like the ZX Spectrum, and you had the Spectrum 2 and the Spectrum 3 coming out. And the home micro system was still healthy in the US as well. So games releasing for the C64, Spectrum was less of a thing in America, but Commodore was a big deal. Amiga was a big deal. IBMs were coming out at this point. You had the MSX coming out from Japan. You had the Apple systems that were coming out. All of these were going strong. The biggest failure was only home consoles in the West. And that's such a shame. But yeah, a lot of these companies, they had to quickly shift their perspective. It's like, oh, Atari is dead. Intellivision is dead. We have to get onto another bandwagon, or we're going to be stuck writing word processors for the rest of our lives. And so what they did is they quickly jumped ship to the Commodore 64, the Amiga. The Amiga 500 would be coming out in a few years. To IBM computers. IBM computers weren't very good for video games, though, just putting that out there. Not a great system for video games. At very least at the time. The MSX was a good one. And people still making, hobbyist level games for the Spectrum and stuff like that. The Spectrum was so easy to develop for because they actually packaged a version of BASIC with the Spectrum. And because it was a tape-based system, like an audio cassette tape, it was so easy to write your own games. You could write your own games in the system's BASIC, and I'll post a photograph if I haven't already over on the Gilded, right, of my Spectrum. But the Spectrum, it has a tape deck attached to it. And so you could program something in BASIC on Spectrum, hit the record button, and you could record the audio version of that game's programming code straight onto a tape. And then all you do is you take that tape to a copy party. It's something we used to do back in the 80s and early 90s, is go to copy parties. And someone would turn up with a disc of a game that you like. You chuck it into one PC and you just copy it onto like 50 other discs so you could hand them out to your friends. Completely illegal. Fun as hell. But you could do that with your own games as well, because you could program that and you could record them onto a tape cassette, and then you could sell them. And you'd have these enthusiast magazines in the UK for the Spectrum where people would make their games, put an advert in Crash magazine, and it would have like their phone number or their home address on it, and you literally just send them a letter with £20 or even as little as £5 in the letter, and they would send you the tape. They would write it themselves. They would hit the record button and hand send you the tape. It was a wild time, the late 80s and early 90s, for those sorts of new experimental, truly independent game developers. And you've got guys like the Bitmap Brothers, and the Bitmap Brothers would go on to make a lot of games for like Nintendo and Sega as well. You had the what's their names? The twins that made Dizzy. There's a pair of twins. They used to make games in their attic. They had a converted loft, and they literally used to make games in their bedroom and would send them out on tapes. Oliver Twins, thank you. Yes, the Oliver Twins. Man, that was such a good time, because we'd gone through the Atari stuff. We'd seen what video games could be, and now it was up to us, the masses, to make them. Outstanding. An amazing time for new games that just flourished from truly indie developers. Today, when you say an indie developer, you still expect a studio of like 8 or 9 people, But no, back then it was the Oliver Twins. It was just them, those two, in their bedroom. And it's such a Wild West time for video games. Amazing time. It's why I still have so many of my Spectrum tapes, because they have demos and things that you're never going to find anywhere else. Amazing time. Truly an amazing time. The explosion of video games in the West in the wake of Atari's failure.
Actually, he was office. It was horrible. But we survived in it. I mean, you got to do what you got to do.
I know it's a
So
bit
we're
of a
in this horrible
tangent, but
office,
still, it's.
and
I
we're
think
doing
that's
C64
important to understand. It
stuff at
wasn't
that
all
point.
doom and gloom.
And I get a call from a buddy of mine. Actually, he was our part-time sales guy, and he always visited Toys R Us, and he knew them really well. He called me and said, you know, you're gonna laugh, but they want to know if anybody's doing 2600 games, because at that point there were none. Nobody was doing them.
But there were 26 million consoles.
Absolutely,
And
yeah.
people were going in Toys R Us saying, why don't you sell games for my Atari anymore? So I said, wow, that's interesting. How many would he buy if he had a 2600 game? He said, oh, you know, 20, 30,000 pieces probably. And I said, all right, I'll get back to you. So we did Title Match Wrestling and Super Skateboarding, first two titles. I mean, regular skateboarding, first two titles. And he
Look at
loved
that.
them, and they sold like crazy.
That's cool. I like
And
that.
at that point in time,
Look at
we
there's
were
a
the only
crowd
people
for the
who were
wrestling game too.
making games on the Atari 2600. My phone rings, and it's the Tramiels.
Yeah.
So he did some 26.
Oh, and Sam, yeah, true.
You know,
Sam always had the
look
better
at
hair.
us. The word got around. There's actually a need. And then Activision calls and says, do some 2600 games for us. And I said, well, why don't you guys just do them? He goes, well, you know, if I could be completely honest with you, we don't have anything. We don't have the specs. We don't have manuals. We don't have the equipment. He said,
Oh, they
"We
dumped
couldn't
them all, didn't
sell
they?
the game if we wanted to. So could you make something for us? I tell people that, they're like, who the hell wanted 2600 games?
Loads
You know
of
what?
people.
No one told consumers that there had been a crash.
Yeah,
one went to their
absolutely.
house and said,
Yes.
you don't like video games anymore.
Yeah,
That's what
exactly.
Toys R Us and Walmart said, people don't like video games anymore. But the people at home were sitting going, God damn, I'm tired of combat. Is there something else I can
How
put
can you
on
get
this
tired of
game?"
combat? How dare?
Good. We had a great run there. We had a lot of money off those games.
Wow. Yeah, that's that is so right. No one told the public that you're not allowed to like video games anymore. That is so true. What did the Atari crash really do? It hurt a company. But everyone still had their consoles. It's not like today, where if for whatever reason Sony or Xbox or Nintendo so wills it, they can flip a kill switch and destroy everyone's console remotely. That is something that is possible, by the way. Just putting that out there. You know? There were no kill switches back in those days. Everyone still had their Atari, and everyone's like, well, I can spend hundreds of dollars and buy the next big thing. Or, I could go out and spend 20 bucks and buy another game for this console that I already have. That is so true. The people weren't told about the people weren't told you don't like video games anymore. That's so true. No one told consumers there had been a crash. No one went to their house and said, you don't like video games anymore. Gary Kitchen, sir, I bow to you. That is wisdom right there. And it's so obvious, and yet no one clicked. For years, for so many years, video game companies abandon their old consoles. Nintendo like to play pretend that they give a crap about their old consoles, and they like, you know, they'll release their old games on newer systems, and that's fine. But they play pretend. They're like, oh, the Switch isn't going to replace the Wii U. It's going to be something that goes alongside the Wii U. For about a week. For about a week. Because Breath of the Wild releases on the Wii U, as well as on the Switch, and then they don't release anything else. And the Wii U is completely abandoned. And a few years later, the eShop is shut down. So the Switch is absolutely replacing the Wii U, and they just don't want you to think that it will, even though we all fully know that that's what's going to happen. I wish, and this is something, how many times have I said this now? I'm just repeating myself. I realize I'm repeating myself, but can you imagine how many people would go out day one and buy an NES. If Nintendo turned around and said, we're doing a limited run, we're going to make 10,000 NESs. It's going to be, you know, you'll be able to play all of the original NES games, all the original cartridges on this new NES that we're releasing. The same way that Atari did with the 2600. How many do you reckon would sell? Because I reckon all of them. You know? Actually, I say 10,000. If Nintendo didn't have a number, they would still sell all of them. Nintendo comes up with 1 million of them. They would still sell all of them. Because people still want those games. Hey Max, welcome to the stream. 7, absolutely. You're not wrong. They absolutely would sell at least 7. If Nintendo were to release an N64, we all know how popular the N64 is, what would happen? They would sell. If Nintendo were to re-release the GameCube, and I mentioned this earlier tonight, because it's such a pain in the ass with those tiny discs with the copy protection that those discs have, it would sell because people want that hardware. I think there is a mistake in the minds of so many people in the upper echelons of these platform creators that think that once a console has reached the end of its lifespan, it is over. And maybe they learned that from Atari because of the crash. Maybe they looked at the crash and they went, oh, it's because Atari kept re-releasing the 2600. Or perhaps they missed the point, is that it happened in spite of them still releasing the 2600. And that I would like to believe that Atari re-releasing the 2600 now, which has sold really well, that maybe some of those other companies are going to look and go, hold on, can we make new hardware that plays our old games? And I really hope they do, because I have got no problem spending a few $100s to buy a new NES, to buy a SNES, because you know what? Technology is dying. And they're not making any more of them. So maybe they should. Dark Chambers, based on the 1983 Atari computer game Dandy by John Palevic? John Palevic? Okay. Based on the 1983 Atari computer game Dandy by John Palevic, Dark Chambers is a multiplayer dungeon-crawling action game that takes inspiration from pen and paper role-playing games. Now, unfortunately, we do not have enough time to play this, but we will take a little look at the art, because, man, the art from these old games are so good. Like, what is wrong with that man's wrist? That wrist is busted. He somehow got his arm out in front of him, but he's reaching around behind his back. That's amazing. Anyway. I wouldn't mind giving a crack at this game at some point, but unfortunately won't be able to do that tonight. Just simply do not have the time. We have reached the end of this stream, and we have reached the end of 1989 in Atari history. More than games, while the video game business crashed in the mid-1980s, the home computer business thrived. And Atari played a major part in bringing computers into homes. And that is true. That is 100% true. And it cannot be denied the effect that Atari had. Even with the crash of the industry in 1983, even with home consoles dying, it was Atari that put the idea into people's heads to to have a computer at home, whether it be a games machine or whether it be a PC. Atari gave people this idea of having an electronic device inside the home that connects to your TV that you can interact with. Many would come later, and a few came before, but it was Atari that put millions of computer chips into people's homes. And that legacy cannot be denied and should not be forgotten. It shouldn't be replaced with, they destroyed the industry. There was some mistakes that were made. Absolutely. But you can't write off a decade of Atari history with one event. Even if that event was pretty bad. And it was. Like, don't get me wrong. It was. But out of that crash, so many more industries began to bloom. The computer gaming industry. Not just consoles, but computer gaming. The home microsystem. People who were concerned about consoles were moving to PCs. And of course, it allowed for the iconic games of Sega and Nintendo to make their way from Japan into the West. It's what they say, isn't it? It's one of those things that is just true of reality, and you see it reflected everywhere. But sometimes a forest fire is necessary for new life to grow. And I think that's how we should view the video game crash. It was the necessary forest fire that burnt up all the trash, that burnt up all the low quality, low effort games, and made gaming just a little bit more exclusive, but in the correct way. It was more exclusive to the people who had passion. Because if it wasn't for the crash, it would be down to the corporations. It would be down to the factory ideals of people like Ray Kassar. And with the crash, we got the ideals and the passion of the people who just loved making video games. So you can see the crash as a bad thing if you really want to. But you really need to ask yourself, was it a necessary evil? I think it was. And that is the end for this evening's stream. I'm going to switch us back over to the chatting screen. Hello. We are... where are we? 1, 2, 3... We're 3/5 of the way through the history of Atari. Next week, at the same time next week, next Wednesday, we will be going into the dawn of the PC and looking at the line of Atari systems going from the Atari 400 to the Atari 800 to the Atari 1200. And all of those cool new additions that they put into their home PC range. And just to see that, like it says, I actually like what it says here. For many, the word Atari meant not just games, but their first home computer. So even though, yeah, it's not over. It is not over. Just because it crashed doesn't mean that Atari is gone for good. We've got 2 more segments left to go. We're looking at Atari's PCs. And again, this starts in like the early 80s, so we are going to go back a little bit first. And we're going to look at we're going to explore the Atari PC range. And then finally, we're going to break through that 80s barrier into the 90s. And we're going to have ourselves a good old laugh at the Atari Jaguar. Sorry, I said that in a very weird accent then, and I don't know why. But it happened, and that's what I was going to be. So, yeah, we're going to go into the 90s, and we're going to have ourselves a good old laugh at the Atari Jaguar. And we're going to reminisce about the 3-ton console, you know, handheld called the LINKS. Boy, that thing was, that was a brick. That was a brick. But the LINKS was good, and the Jaguar, less so. But yeah. And with that one, yeah, I think I'll call it there for this evening. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this deep dive into Atari history with me. It's been so good to go through all of this. Just learning, I'm learning new things as well, you know? There's so much here that I had forgotten about, or things that I didn't know, and it's so good that this is all coming back to me, and it's I'm learning new things and discovering things along with you guys. It's so good. It's so good. I hope you guys can appreciate, not necessarily what I'm doing. This isn't about me, you know? This is about Atari. Now, so I hope that everyone who is listening, everyone who's watching, can appreciate this history for multiple reasons. One, because it's fun to know, it's fun to understand. But also, it's something that we can learn from and take with us into the future. Something that we can experience now, take lessons from, and do something with as we move forward in our lives, and in our lives as gamers, and hell, even in our lives as game developers, if we so choose to take that path. You've got a link somewhere? Oh, dude, that's cool. The LINKS is actually a system that I always wanted and never had. I had a Sega Game Gear, and I wanted to get a LINKS, but instead I kept with my Game Gear until the Game Boy Color came out, and I got a Game Boy Color with Pokemon. That was my first foray into handheld gaming, was Game Gear and Game Boy Color. And that's a pretty big, you know, gap of time too. I never had an original Game Boy. It's one of those, you know, things that there's so many people my age and a little bit older, from my generation, who had Game Boys, and I kind of feel like I'm, you know, that feeling like you don't feel like you're a real retro gamer because you didn't have something. That's me with the Game Boy. I'm just like, wait, so all of you had Game Boys? Oh, I feel left out. But yeah, now the LINKS was a good system. I wish it had done better, honestly, because it was really good. Game Boy was one of your first consoles. That's really cool. It had so many great games as well. Like, they really did the best they could with that system. You had the Australian countryside debuff. Yeah, understandable. I had the UK debuff, and that's the reason I didn't have an NES. GameCube and Game Boy. Oh, the Game Boy Advance, you mean? Yeah, I had a Game Boy Advance. And recently, well, I say recently, more recently, I actually picked up the Game Boy Advance player, or the Game Boy player for the GameCube. So now I can play my Game Boy Advance games on TV, which, that's the tops. That's it right there. That's what I'm going for. I absolutely need to play those games on a 4K television. You know, it's just one of those things, you know? It is absolutely necessary for me to play those 16-bit games on a 4K television. I want to be able to feel the edges of the pixels. Had a Game Boy Advance, but also had a Game Boy. Ah, cool. Yeah. Yeah, the only Game Boy games I got to play was when my friend would let me play his, but yeah. No, that's really cool, Noctum. What games did you have? I'm genuinely interested now. What games did you have? I know I need to end this. It's like after midnight, but yeah. Because the Game Boy had so many really excellent games that I feel don't get enough attention. That there was a oh, you're too young. It's a shame. There's a lot of games though that the Game Boy had, which never got like a release elsewhere, and they've kind of been lost to obscurity. This game series was on the Wii U and on the 3DS before the eShop shut down, but I haven't seen it released on the Switch yet, and I really would doubt if it would. But there's a game series called The Legend of the River King. And I've already told you how I don't like fishing games, right? Or fishing mini games. But this is a fishing RPG. Like, it's like something like Harvest Moon or Stardew Valley, but with a heavy emphasis and focus on the fishing mechanics. And Legend of the River King is actually a really, really good game. Legend of the River King and Legend of the River King 2. But they were Game Boy games, and I don't think they ever released on anything else. There wasn't a Legend of the River King on NES or SNES. If it was on Famicom, then that's kind of stuck in Japan, I guess. But yeah, I'm waiting for them to release on Switch, because I really want to play those. But yeah, there's a lot of hit games. Like, we played Kirby just a few weeks ago, and you know, the very first Kirby game, the OG, that was a Game Boy game. You know? Wave Race, the water skiing game, originally on a Game Boy. There's so many games that started game series, important series for Nintendo, that started their lives on Game Boy. But we'll go into Game Boy in the future. We might do deep dives and histories on other systems. If I can get the necessary research together, we can do more stuff like this on other consoles, you know, and I'd love to go through the Nintendo catalog, because there's so much there. And you'd be surprised at the origins of some of those things. You made me unlock a memory? Nice. Well, there we go. I haven't made you unlock a memory. I have connected you to your nostalgic past. It sounds cooler that way. Alright, I will be back tomorrow with Super Mario Bros. Wonder. And I will be back next week with more Atari 50, the anniversary celebration. I think at some point as well, even after we've done the dawn of the PC and the 1990s and beyond, I think I'm going to come back and do another Atari day. where we can go through a lot of the games I didn't have the opportunity to play as we were going through this series of systems, you know? I think that would be a good idea, just to be able to give some attention to some of those games. I don't want to see them just disappear. So, be good to yourselves, be excellent to each other, play more old video games. And until I see you next time, peace and high scores. Good night, everyone, and thank you all for coming.